All right, family, peace and black power was really hood. What's going on? As y'all know, we just had another debate over on Debate Channel, and we are in the 2026 playoffs. And yeah, we at the semifinals. We just had our first semifinal round, and it was a debate between Nyame and Bluu, and the debate topic was, "Do we live in a simulation?" And congratulations to Nyame. He pulled off the victory. Congratulations to him. I'm gonna go ahead and get this link out to the judges and everything. And yeah, we're gonna see if the judges are coming up here and get a chance to get their opinions on all this. I thought it was an interesting debate. Let's see, both uh both had their openings, right? Their openings were pretty standard for the most part. Nothing too eye popping. I don't think they hurt themselves or helped themselves. It was just pretty standard with both openings. The premise, got to the premise. This is when you really get a chance to lay out your arguments, your foundation. Me having these conversations with Bluu, I kind of understood where he was coming from, as far as like the angle he was going to take or whatever, and he went to lay out his angles, and I was nervous for him because I was like, okay, I'm not sure if he's going to be talking over a lot of people's heads. Like I said, me having this conversation with him and peeling back the onion with him, I'm a little bit familiar with what he's talking about, but I was nervous about him talking over a lot of people's heads. He's gonna be talking over a lot of people's heads with this. And he was laying out his foundation. It it seemed like he was spending more time trying to explain what he's trying to say, opposed to actually saying what it is he's trying to say. Like, I think he knew he was going to be talking over a lot of people's heads, and and because of that, he understood that he had to kind of like explain a lot of things, like opposed to just getting straight to the meat of it and everything else. But pause, by the way. That was the feeling I got watching his premise. Like, he's going to waste a lot of time trying to break down actually what he's trying to say, and opposed to actually getting to it. And then Nyame came back, and he laid out his premise about why he believes we are not in a simulation, and he had a solid premise. I'll say that he had a solid premise. He was trying to carefully not rebut Bluu while laying out his premise. At least it seemed that way. And it's difficult to lay out an argument and not rebut what Bluu is saying, right? In this, given what the subject matter was, and it seemed like he was struggling with that just a tad to me. And then we get to the rebuttals, and this is when people get to push back what they were saying. I thought it was close. I thought the rebuttals was close. I thought they both did a good job. I thought Nyame actually did a really good job highlighting certain things and everything else. I can't remember, was that the rebuttal or was that the premise where he was focusing on the hypothesis and the differences between the hypothesis and the theory? I believe that was the premise. It was hard to tell because they both were similar. That's why I said, like, it was hard. It's hard to lay out a premise given the subject matter without sounding like a rebuttal. But I remember when you made that point, I thought that was an excellent point. And then in the rapid fire, I thought Bluu did what Bluu normally does his rapid fire. He did a solid job there. Unfortunately for Bluu, though, I thought it all crumbled when Nyame got to his rapid fire. I thought Nyame had Bluu hemmed up about 2-3 times, especially at the end of it. He really had him boxed in, and Bluu really kind of he was trying. I laughed with Bluu when he asked him a question about I think they was talking about the sun and everything else, and Bluu was like, Yeah, well, what about a blind man or whatever, something like that. I was like, Bluu trying it. He trying it. Go for it, Bluu. It's the semifinals, man. Don't go out like that. So I wasn't even mad at him, but he tried it. And then like I said, and then they closed it. I thought they did. It was a close debate. I thought it could go either way, depending on how the judges saw it. I see we got one of the judges up here right now. See, we got Angel up here. What's going on, Angel? How you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. What's going on?
Hey, peace, everybody. Mo, unfortunately, was not able to come up. She was the other judge. It was myself and Mo, everybody. She is just sent me, I have her notes and everything, but she just gave me a quick heads up via email that she is actually the judge that went for Bluu. I went for Nyame. She said that she sided with Bluu because he had a good pathway and framework. Her deciding decision was Bluu's rebuttal with the one about when Nyame talked about Gödel's theory or theorem. So that was her deciding factor. But for me, it was pretty much what you laid out. The rapid fire for Nyame put him ahead a little bit, but ultimately it was his premise. He got a 10 in his premise from me. That premise made Bluu's argument make sense, and then it also tore it down a little bit. For those who, like you said, if you looked at Bluu's argument like, wow, this is really, going over my head, the way he's kind of explaining it, it's a lot of terminology here that I don't understand. All you had to do was wait for Nyame's premise. He explained to us exactly what Bluu was trying to say, and then he tore it down in his premise to me. I thought he did an excellent job with that. So overall, the scores were for Bluu, he got an 83, and for Nyame, he got an 87. Myself, I gave Bluu 8s across the board. Mo gave him a 9 in the open, a 9 in the I'm sorry, a 9 in the open, an 8 for his presentation, a 9 for his rebuttal, a 9 for his rapid fire, and an 8 for his closing. I had for Nyame a 9 in his open, a 10 in his presentation, a 8 in his rebuttal. I'll get into that. A 9 in his rapid fire, and a 9 following up that rapid fire with his closing. And Mo gave Nyame a 9 for his open, a 8 for his presentation, a 9 for his rebuttal, a 8 for his rapid fire, and an 8 for his closing. So we saw some slightly different things there. I'm kind of with you on what I saw in the rapid fires. But yeah, like you said, as far as the open goes, it was pretty standard. Bluu could have done more. That's why he got an 8 with me for his open. Bluu is usually very good at laying out more than the standard 3 points of contention. He'll give us a lot to digest. And the way Bluu just speaks when he presents, I told you, it always feels to me very interrogative reporter. I just love listening to Bluu and the way he puts stuff out there. It's always very challenging and entertaining and interesting to listen to. But for his open, it felt like the 5 minutes went by really quick because he didn't have a lot. It was just a quick, this is the 6 things I'm going to talk about. No sources, not really anything. It was more like a wait and see. That's why he got an 8 with his open for me. I didn't really get into the meat of what his argument was going to be until his premise. Whereas, for me, and Nyame got a 9 because he did go more into detail with what he is going to break down with sources and how he was going to, prove his opponent's argument incorrect. For Bluu's presentation, the reason that was an 8 for me as well was, and I'm not looking at my notes right now, I'm just kind of going off the dome. Maybe I should bring those up real quick. Hold on. But for Bluu's presentation, it was, I think he started off with giving an example of if you hit a pothole, and then he laid out, the steps for what really happens there. And then, it was a lot of, I guess I'll stick with a lot of the over a person's head terminology. You know, we basically understand the argument being that we are in a simulation. You can use things that we have in reality, like, you know, computers and coding, to kind of make sense of how we live, how things are all in the mind, and how we, you know, how the perception is not necessarily reality. So yeah, it did go a little bit over my head because of the terminology that was used. It made, you know, I was still able to make sense of what he was talking about because I've heard Bluu talk about this for years. You know, and then he also sent a detailed premise that explained everything. Hold on one second. I'm just waiting for my notes to pop up here. Um, mm, mm, mm. Yeah, so, you know, after he gave the pothole definition, he explained that to be, you know, he gave out steps for nerve endings converting electrical signals to the brain. And then he talked about philosophy and neuroscience needs to be separate because his argument was based on neuroscience. He went into resolution, gave examples of pixels on the screen to show similarities with the universe. He gave examples of Planck length, which, you know, that's part of physics. He correlated DNA to computer code. He's very good at always referencing CRISPR code editing. If people are not familiar with what that is, you know, he talked about the gene therapy that somebody received, and he kind of compared that to, you know, fixing a bug in a computer. So I thought, you know, it's always a very creative way to put that. And like Nyame said after the debate was over, when you look at it that way, you can't fully rule that out. Like if you're just keeping yourself open to all possibilities, if you can connect that stuff. But I just think when it came time for Nyame's presentation, that kind of solidified it for me. Because like I said, not only did he make Bluu's argument make sense, he then tore it down even before he went to the rebuttal for me. He talked about solipsism. He said, you know, arguing against us being code on a supercomputer is what he was going to do. He said that his opponent did try to distinguish virtual reality from reality. He talked about external variables. He would use science. Let's see. I'm going to skip over some of this stuff because it was a lot. He says science is approach reality by what we can observe and measure and experiment and test. He broke down the scientific theory. He said reality is measured independent of human perception. He asked, I thought the sun reference was great. And this is what I mean when I say it made Bluu's argument make sense, and he made his negative argument plain by using the example of the sun, which is, you know, he said, does it exist or is it code? He said, well, every person can see it, it's measurable. And then when he went into how it's testable, he said it's testable by light measuring vibrations. So in other words, he didn't say, yeah, we can test it by putting it in a lab, touching it and putting it under a microscope. He kind of used the same argument that Bluu did. This is something that we're kind of testing from far away, but it's still, you know, it's beyond perception. Let me see. He said, can we simulate it? He said, per physics, it can't be simulated. Then he went into algorithmic understanding. He said, reality cannot be achieved on computation alone. It requires non-algorithmic understanding. He said, no algorithmic properties of the universe. He explained radioactive decay cannot be clocked or programmed. He referenced black holes. He said the human element is outside computation and our subjective consciousness. And then when he talked about moral judgment, true creativity, he went into examples of love based on experience and outside influence. He used human creativity examples like abstract art being based on personal experiences of a person. And I think what drove that home, because if you remember in Bluu's rebuttal, he gave his rebuttal on love still being, well, wait a minute, there is a neuroscience behind that. And he broke down the steps of what we were able to actually measure and clock that happens. But I think when Nyame talked about it from an aspect of outside influence, that kind of solidified his argument as well. The way he presented that, it's not just the chemical reactions in my brain. I could fall in love with person A in 1990 and fall in love with person B in the year 2000. And those experiences are not measurable. You can't pre-calculate those things. You can't compute those things ahead of time and program them, because it really all depends on outside influences and the things that happen. So the way he just framed that to me, I just thought it was good. And when, it really always for me goes down to the points. And the way he was able to convince me with that argument. As far as the rebuttals, I'm with you. This is not, I'm not discouraging anybody from this, but I felt a very heavy chat GPT or whatever form of AI. And it didn't feel like the normal rebuttals for me, especially like within Nyame's. It was like, okay, here's argument one. And then the rebuttal felt like chat GPT told him what to say, so I didn't feel the rebuttals that much. They felt very mechanical. It wasn't the usual way that I see these two gentlemen rebut. As far as the rapid fire round, I'm kind of with you. I think it was a good scientific discussion. I think it showed their knowledge on physics, which we all know they both have a good knowledge with physics. But when it came to Nyame's, I felt inklings of a concession. And like you said, even toward the end of it, he kind of had, Bluu against the ropes. I agree. That part about, well, some people don't see the sun because they're blind. I don't think that flew, with as far as a good argument for that line of questioning. So pretty much that was it for me. Not a huge margin. Mo had Bluu ahead by only 1 point, and I actually had Nyame ahead by 5 points. It just added up that way. And again, now if we have to go outside of the judging and just talk about debate, I was really surprised that this was a topic that was chosen for a playoff that's going to lead to the championship. And I heard what Bluu said, and it made perfect sense to me that, these two kind of agree on a lot. So they had to come up with something. I would have loved to see this in a regular season, because I felt like this topic caused Bluu the debate, which is unfortunate. But, it is what it is. Bluu, that I love you as a debater. Thank you for always being a class act, always being ready, not being afraid to debate any type of topic. You always make it very far. The last time we had a season, you made it to the championship. This time, you just fell one round short, but it's always a pleasure. And for Nyame, I have to say, this was some underdog stuff going on here. Like if we had to bet our money, we wouldn't have bet on day one that Nyame would have made it to the championship. So Nyame, congratulations to you. I have seen your debates over the year. You know that I think you're great inside and outside the debate world. You're a great influence, just as a person, and just to see what you were able to do. I'm looking so forward to see who's going to win the next debate, and seeing you in the championship. Congratulations.
Yeah, definitely. Shout out to Nyame. Made it all the way to the finals. And we get to see after Thursday who he'll be facing. Because, like I said earlier, the next debate will be Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and that'll be Taz versus Fontaine. And be on the lookout for that. The topic is: Should black people have fought for the British during the Revolutionary War? So be on the lookout for that, family. I'm about to get ready to get the link out here.
I'm about to get you, Bluu. He talking about, hold up. Yes, Bluu. This was for the champion. Like it was to get to the championship. This is the
You didn't even
semifinal
know that?
round.
I said
I
that
can't
literally like
stand
8 times today.
Bluu,
Did you not
yes.
pay attention?
And Bluu is usually very strategic. So there you go. That makes sense now. He probably thought he had another round or something. Yeah, Bluu, it went really fast, didn't it? It was because, remember, Domo he had like a lot going on. So he dropped out. And that took, one round getting taken out makes a big difference when you only got 7 debates. The playoffs is only 7 debates. And yeah, it kind of crept up, didn't it? That it's hard to believe. So yes, this was for the championship, or to get to the
To get to the
championship. I keep
championship,
saying
right?
it.
Yeah.
Yes. So
One debate away from the championship.
yes. I'm looking forward to it, y'all, to everybody. We were not expecting, nor did we want this to go to the middle or the end of July.
Yeah.
And just want to say,
My initial plan was to have this over by last Sunday, the 5th. That was my goal.
yes,
That was my goal.
yes, that's right. So everybody can enjoy their entire summer. So thank you to the debaters that, walked with us with this, because we did rush through a lot of it. And that was
Yeah.
actually by design, because we want to get back to having a season be more like
During
a
the
whole
fall.
season.
This is not
Right.
the best time to do
Starting in the
anything.
fall, finishing by the end of spring, so we can have our whole summer to ourselves. So the goal was to get this done as quick as possible so we can start up again. And, sometime around October, I guess, is when it would be. So hopefully, next season it won't be as rushed. We'll be able to take our time a little bit more with a slight sense of urgency, because of unforeseen things, sometimes debates get prolonged, and that's what leads to us still, dealing with stuff in the summertime. So thank you to everybody for kind of going along with that. But yeah, one more to go on Thursday, and then we anticipate within 2 weeks, hopefully less, would be the playoffs. So by the third week of July, hopefully we will be done.
Yeah, we definitely got to be done. Yeah. Yeah. Peace,
Hey,
Blue. We
Blue.
good. He not hooked up. He might be.
Yeah.
You on mute if you're talking. I know your computer was messed up earlier. You yeah?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, man. Damn. Damn, man.
Yeah.
Oh, nah. Yeah, nah.
Just so y'all know, everybody, Blue has been around longer than most debaters. He's one of the most seasoned debaters. So that's what I figured, Blue. It had to be, because this would be a regular season debate typically for you, right?
Yeah, I would have went on ahead and just gave it another day or so to come up with a topic. Yeah. Cause I wanted to do, we was thinking about the Carmelo, but we like, it's a little bit too fresh to take for somebody to really kind of take the other side on it.
Hmm.
So it's like you got that. It just kind of did the Supreme Court, and we kind of already, and then on top of that, we really agreed on it, and then it's just kind of wasn't. I was looking for some, you know what I mean, like something that was hot. I'm like, because I really, out of all people, it's the last person I want. I would have debated Fi on this in any round, or he just wasn't the person I wanted to debate this with either. So it's just
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's a tough one, man. It's definitely a tough one.
Yeah, I'm surprised you took this in the playoffs too. The regular season, I can see you taking this debate. I was surprised you took this in the playoffs.
Yeah, man. Oh, man. And that, yeah, man. I mean, but still, I mean, I think though the main thing was I spent too much. I spent too much time on my examples and trying to hammer home some of the basic, some of the other stuff. I ain't been getting into where I got to just land the plane, and that just kind of it just
Yeah,
made it kind of made everything incomplete. So now it's like, you know what I mean? It's like really the strongest parts of my argument, I can't even really, you know what I'm saying? I'm like arguing without that. So it's like, because I needed that amplitude and I needed the quasi crystal. So I tried to like touch on it, but I'm like, that ain't it, man. Just I was too worried about some of the other stuff. It was just, yeah, just gotta knock that out.
yeah, yeah. Taking that position, like I said, you're gonna have to explain a lot because you're gonna, like I said, you're gonna be talking over a lot of people's heads. So you gotta explain a lot of this, and it's gonna take away from what you're trying to get to. And I was like, that might trip you up later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was Psycho referenced it, like it was several things in Nyame's rapid fire, but at the end of it, when he basically said, if you're using reality, saying it's an illusion, how can you trust your own hypothesis? And I think your response is, well, it's not an illusion, it's a projection. He just kept driving that home, like, well, how can we trust it? How do we know that? And I think that type of making it plain would stand out more to a person, as opposed to, even
Right.
though you had an angle in an argument, that one would have tended to go over people's head, whereas his made it make sense to people,
Yeah, and that's why I'm like, not getting like the meat and potatoes. It kind of allows me to fight back with that, and then it's like, but without it, I don't have anything I presented that showed like, okay, it's outside forces that are programming this shit, or that are, what I mean, that's in code. Like even from the photon, like technically the amplitude is perfect for that, but and with the sun, but I don't have that as a in my premise necessarily, so I can't really just be like, because now I'm really finna hit like, okay, how do you know that this is outside of the solar system or outside of space-time programming it? That's a whole nother explanation that I ain't even
Yeah,
I'm
and
like,
you know what else I found interesting? Mo said the determining factor for giving you the debate was your rebuttal to Godel's theory,
mm-hmm,
and it was crazy because, and maybe that went over my head, because I'll tell you how I heard it. It did the opposite for me, because when Nyame explained it as you can't have a complete simulation, and your rebuttal to that was, well, yeah, the universe is not complete. It's forever growing and evolving. I didn't think that was a rebuttal to what he was saying, because I tried to think of a way to make it make sense, and I went to a video game when he was saying that there is no such thing as something being a total simulation. And your
mm-hmm,
rebuttal, what it was saying is, okay, let's just pick, like, I don't know, something like Super Mario Brothers, right? Like
right,
you have that's an entire simulation. There is no reality to that when we're talking about the video game itself. But someone can reprogram and add a bonus level to that. So though you can always add on to it, it doesn't mean that it's an incomplete simulation, that parts of it are reality. So when he kept driving home to use the observable universe, things that we're able to observe physically, and we can also test with tools that we have, even though we can't place it in our hands, you can't make that argument that it's a simulation. And that type of argument just makes sense to regular everyday people, like us. So that's
well,
kind of what did it.
so so the rebuttal to that part of the argument was more so to level the playing field.
Mm-hmm.
So because it was like, so his theory is that not necessarily that that like that the simulation is what he was saying was that basically, um like, how would I say, it wouldn't necessarily be like the game, but what holds the game, or what's able to produce the game would be the complete, like that's what he was saying was like completed or whatnot,
Mm-hmm.
or like what we, because technically, like, this, our reality, or what we, or how we observe it would be the game, what I mean, us viewing the universe and whatnot. But what's actually, moving the universe and doing it, what he was saying was that was like it would be impossible. uh like basically simulation would be impossible
Mm-hmm.
if the universe basically in something that was complete. So it, like, basically the universe would have had to have been completed in order for, like, he was almost assuming that the, like, everything is everything, basically, like the universe is finished, you know almost in a way.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Okay.
So but basically what I wasn't necessarily, it wasn't to to like push back necessarily against Godel, but it was just to kind of flip his argument as
Mhm.
you know, and like, okay, well, if that's the case, then neither one, you know, both of them are unfalsifiable, and you know, either one, and then both of them are unfalsifiable. And when I say that, that would mean like the universe, the physical reality of the universe. You know, it would be just as you know, it would fall almost under the same category based off of his theory, because the only way you could know the universe in a complete way is if you stepped outside of it. Like we don't even know what's outside, which is tough because I think they started us in a box. Like, if I'm not mistaken, right now the way that it's kind of starting is like you got all of these particles, these fundamental particles, but they all start in like this enclosed sequence that starts to expand and need more space.
Mhm.
But
What you
it's like,
say, ORTEP conduction comes to mind. Um, make
who's
that
it?
make sense to me. See, because conduction is what I understand. That's the field that I'm in. You're talking about transferring energy into something physically with contact that we can observe, test, touch, feel. So that kind of I don't know if that would help an argument, unless you're saying that that makes sense more, you know, for Nyame's rebuttal. Peace and
Peace and
Nyame.
Yame, what's going on?
So 1 second, I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah. 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 Long season, almost over.
Yes.
Yeah, it's been a while with, man. I'm talking about, jeez.
I am drained. I'm so
Yeah,
glad it's almost over. I can't wait.
that's a part of the relief. I ain't gonna lie. It's like, I'm talking about, man, just everything.
Yeah.
What up? What up? What up?
I
What's
don't ever
Peace,
good?
think I
Domo,
got
was
to
good.
say to little baby brother Domo how sad I was when he dropped out. I wanted so much to come up on a panel and be like, you know good and well, you got time 10 minutes a day to work on 2 or 3 debates. I was so disappointed, but I understand too.
Nah, I am sorry. I'm telling you, like the last few weeks, a nigga not getting home. I just got home not too long ago, so like nigga get home 8:30, 9 o'clock. Got a big
Mm,
trial coming up, so it's like because when I do it, nigga, like I mean shit, like nigga, I'm
that's
at
it.
work, like I'm taking about 45, 50 minutes, nigga, working on. Just like I get this little piece together before I go on about my day. So I was like, I can't keep stealing that time, man. I gotta get it in. But this nigga Blue was tripping. This nigga Blue was tripping, bro. For the playoffs? A simulation, my nigga? For the playoffs? I know that nigga hear me.
Yeah, man.
For the playoffs, bro. And listen, and I'm listening. And usually if it's some shit that like I ain't really up on, I can at least follow along. You lost me, bro. Not even saying that I can't say whether or not the shit that you said was accurate or not. Cause it was like, nigga, I mean, you prove you got the nomenclature down for sure. Like, you know the words to use, nigga. You could have been completely making all that shit up. And nigga, that shit sounded like I was like, the shit sound good. Nigga, I just can't I don't know what to I don't know what to do. I
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
never landed. It was too much of the other stuff, and not. I just needed to land the plane. I just needed to land that mud. I ain't. That just kind of, it made everything kind of fall short for real. I mean,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
meat and potatoes is the quasi crystal and the amplituhedron, and then I just can't seem to get around setting my shit up and get into. I just got to figure that out, man.
Hey, peace, y'all.
Bro,
Peace,
one
y'all.
I
thing.
gotta figure that out.
Oh, what up? What up? Congratulations, on y'all, man.
Yeah, thank
Same
you.
mistake every
I tell
time.
you, I still to this day don't know what the hell a quasi crystal is.
Yeah.
Bro, and that's the thing, though. That's the thing, because I had to realize this shit too. The nomenclature is good when you conversing with people in the field, but when you talking to niggas though, you gotta take the word like whatever like quasi whatever the fuck that shit is, and you gotta find a way to tie it to something that niggas can, you know what I'm saying, understand. Cause it's
Right.
like that's the only way you create the stakes. You know what I mean? Niggas gotta be able to attach themselves to it. Cause I'm like, I'm still at work. I'm like, let me tap in. I have no idea where this nigga gonna take this shit, but let's hear it. Nigga,
That is so true what you just said, and that's what I said. And Nyame using the sun as a reference, he just kept on making it plain. You know, the
yeah.
sun being something that's observable and testable, even though we can't sit it in a lab. That kind of still spoke to, you know, Blue's argument, but he made it make sense to people on the other side.
And to be for real, that's what like I agree. It was like parts of Inyame shit that made your shit make sense. Blue, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Which for me is just like shit. Then that I mean I ain't vote because I really like I said I can't speak to none of the shit that y'all was on. Y'all was way, you know what I'm saying, over my head with the shit. Cause like the sun shit, it kind of made it made sense, but a nigga was still lost. So yeah, for y'all, but the niggas that knew
Yeah.
science though, niggas that knew science was following along pretty well. So it was like y'all was on y'all shit. You know what I mean? But for us, you know, novices in the shit, nigga, that shit was.
That's why, yeah, it's important I
Nigga,
landed.
I'm looking at your presentation, bro. I'm looking at your presentation, and I'm like, what the fuck? I can read the words, but what the fuck is all of this? It's like nigga, you walking into a calculus class, and it's just some shit on the board. It's day one. You don't know shit about shit. You know what I mean? That shit looks like it look and sound like nigga hieroglyphics to niggas, bro.
Yeah.
Like you had to be on the elevated understanding of this shit to know where the fuck you was going. Again to put that on niggas laps, bro. Like nah, you can't count on niggas. You can't count on niggas to understand it now. You
Damn,
can't count
man.
on it. Yeah, yeah. But
So,
y'all did y'all thing though. Y'all did y'all thing. Like it was. See, I like dense debates. It's just this one was just I couldn't keep up. Gotta admit, I could not keep up. So shout out to y'all. And
definitely
shout out to the
that's
judges because having to decipher that shit and pick through it, man, that was the uphill climb. That was definitely an uphill climb. So
yeah, man. Damn, bro. Nah, I know. I gotta I gotta just figure out a way to put I gotta figure out a way to just rearrange my premise for real. I feel like I missed on a few times over the same thing for real. I just gotta rearrange my premise, figure out, do a little bit of. I gotta be able to get more into the main shit more than I am getting up into the build up, and it felt like I do too much. It's way too much in the build up, and I don't know. Got to though.
and you had cast a wide net too, though. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you would have picked one of them joints to kind of express like how we experience assimilation, you know what I'm saying, or how or something like that, just kind of narrowed it
Yeah,
to something that niggas could be like, all right, I at least learned about this particular thing, even if even if it's connected to a bunch of larger shit. The piece that helped niggas understand it better, like whatever piece that made you be like, oh damn, assimilation, like nigga, that
that's the part.
start
Yeah,
there. Yeah, I
yeah,
would say start there because shit, nigga.
and then try to work around from the evidence. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, Blue, you picked the most complicated stuff. I thank you for your premise. I wouldn't have understood nothing you was talking about. If it wasn't for your premise. I was able to look it up. Like, oh, okay, I see what's going on here.
Man. Yeah, but y'all niggas did y'all thing though. Y'all niggas did y'all thing though.
Yeah, man, I was so mad when I couldn't debate Domo again. That was gonna be fireworks.
Yeah, man.
That second round was gonna be fireworks, Domo. Well,
man, listen, I already know, because that's two of them you got on me. That's two of them you got on me, and I feel like I cooked in them hoes. So, but yeah, I mean, but I feel like what niggas been doing though, it do make me miss it, cause I'm like, damn, this nigga and Nyame in the finals. You welcome, nigga. I gave that nigga all my mojo. I fucked her. I fucked her out the game. I fucked her out the game, and y'all made all my mojo. That nigga's owed it. Like he owed it. Oh, they in the finals, what? You know what I mean? But I mean, this debate on the other side though, I felt like that's like y'all shit was dense. It was cool. It was dense. This shit. Nigga, should niggas have fought for the British? And I ain't heard that argument yet.
Yeah, that's a pretty good argument.
I ain't heard that argument yet. Yeah.
Who got that?
Taz is the affirmative.
Oh man.
Thanks to you for that too. I watched that on the playback. They went back and forth, and Domo was like, hold up. Y'all disagreeing on something in here. Why don't y'all just debate it? And a topic came out of that. So thanks for that. This is something I've never heard either.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I was like, fuck this. Y'all niggas need to go ahead and get that. That's a playoff debate for sure. For sure. Because if anybody can take the affirmative, it's that nigga Taz. And if anybody can respond to that shit, it'll be that nigga Fire.
Damn, man.
Yeah.
I just thought of a debate we could have had now. Damn, man.
What was that, Blue?
Yeah.
What you think about our relationship with Russia?
You talking about black people?
Yeah.
I think today it's bad, but I think like the 1940s and 50s, it would have been, to me, it would have been fire if we would have followed the Russian model. I mean, but it would have been a lot of death.
You talk about Lenin and Stalin and them?
Well, after Lenin and Stalin, after they had died off, like we had a lot of contact with the Communist Party, Kwame Nkrumah.
Yeah,
had a lot with, but those revolutionary people, they wanted us to fight. You got to kill off coons. I don't know if we would have been ready for nothing on that type of level. We definitely would have to leave. Either we infiltrate United States as a communist, or leave and went somewhere else like Cuba or something and fought.
It's crazy you bring that shit up. I just started reading this book called it was like Black Scare, Red Scare. And it talked about the relationship with McCarthyism and anti-blackness, and because like how at that time a lot of the pro-black movements was also focused on economic power. Like that's why you had the Black Panthers, who were socialists, and you had like a lot of black activists at the time, black leaders at the time, were claiming communism, like just straight up. Or you had a few. I'm not gonna say a lot, but there was quite a few.
No, you're right.
And so a part of the un-American, anti-American shit was the attachment with blackness to like that type of economic power and economic freedom. So the anti-red, the communist scare, the anti-socialist shit that we see today is still a product of racism. It ain't even specifically about it being foreign, because like that foreign nature was applied to black activists as well. Like that's why they were considered un-American to even the other black people, because of their relationship with what was taught to us to be antithetical to communism, like as a capitalist, quote unquote capitalist country. Like it's antithetical to any communist or socialist beliefs. You feel me? Which,
Right.
yeah. So it's like because I've been making a lot of content about socialism, so I've been kind of reading up on this shit. So yeah, that would have been a good one too.
And what people don't understand that those are not handout movements. They're the labor force, or labor party movements.
Yep.
So
Means
people
of
think, oh,
production
you
movements.
want, yeah, right. You think people say, oh, you want government handouts. No, we want control of the means of production.
Right.
Hey, I was reading Marx and Engels today, and it fucks me up how propaganda works, because even in Marx, because the first thing people jump to when it comes to communism and socialism is the idea that you and you lose personal property, right? Like
Right.
Karl Marx and Engels, they say straight out that when they talk about property, they're not talking about an individual's car or individual's home.
Right.
They're talking about property that determines labor and resource distribution. So property,
Right.
like like how a business is property, or how a corporation is property, or how a factory is property, or how farmland is property, right? That
Right.
type of property is supposed to be communal, but it's like but they say that's the property that they say give up, not literally your own personal.
Yeah.
Right. Not
This
your.
country spread a lot of anti-communism propaganda over over centuries. It's been nothing but anti-communism propaganda. People talk about communism like it's the boogeyman over here. It's crazy.
Jumping
And
back
it's all
off
because
lately.
of American propaganda.
Yeah, they've been jumping it back off lately too.
Right. Even if you try not to even mention socialism or communism in your rhetoric, they're gonna refer you back to you. Oh, you're a communist. You're a socialist. But I'll say 99% of black people belong in labor. What? 85, 90% of white people belong to labor. But yet we keep doing whatever the top 1% want us to do. And it's that propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily we want government handouts, or we want the government to take care of us. It doesn't make any sense for a small percentage of the population to control most of the resources. And so Marx, everybody blames Marx. Say Marx was anti-capitalist. No, Marx said capitalism was necessary. It's just not sustainable. You can't keep using up all the resources gaining.
Right.
And then, every year you got profits. Sooner or later, you're going to use up all the resources, and then the people going to rebel. That was his theory. But he never factored in people like the Keynesian model, or who's the guy, the Great Depression?
Hoover?
Roosevelt?
That was Hoover. Oh, you talking who took us out the Great Depression? FDR.
Yeah, who took us out with the government programs and stuff. Marx never figured that
with the New Deal and all that.
Yeah. He never figured that in. That kind of saved capitalism.
But that's socialism that he introduced, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It definitely is. Right. But that actually saved, the bankers, and because the economy had crashed, it was done. Capitalism was done.
Yeah, they had to create those safety nets. They had to. Yeah, and that every war this country fought in since the Civil War has been against communism.
Yeah,
So
that's it.
the Cold War. That's the Cold War was.
Yeah, even the proxy ones, and a lot of it be even the ideology.
Yeah, like Korea, Vietnam. That was against communism, trying to stop the spread of communism.
Like
We wasn't beef with none of those countries.
Libya. Shit,
Yep.
man, yeah. I mean, it's the same move. But why they keep they keep Cuba on lock the way they do.
Yeah, they keep them on lock. I don't know how long they can survive.
Yep. That's why they went out. Well, yeah, they went after Cuba for communism, but they really went after like the Bay of the Pigs and all that shit. That's because Russia was
Yeah,
bringing
yeah,
missiles and shit over here. I can't be mad at America for having issues with that.
right.
That's understandable right there.
Yeah, Cuba took a side.
It's okay to take a side, but once you start letting these motherfuckers bring missiles right in your backyard, that's a problem.
Yeah. Nah,
That's a problem.
they took the full side. They like, nah. Asada, come on over here.
Well, well, that's because America did everything they power to keep them a third world country. Because they was messing with communism. Because they was communists, they had to deal with other communist countries in order to have trade and everything. That means they had to deal with Russia.
Yeah.
Because America wasn't fucking with them, right? So they had to deal with Russia. They needed trade. They needed trade partners and everything else. And America did everything they could to keep these motherfuckers a third world country.
That's where it's like right now. It's like, man, because I mean, I don't know what they're supposed to do at this point. Because you either got to put boots on the ground at this point, or you just got to back off. And I just don't know, bro. Like they just gonna let Iran get slid on like that? Everybody?
Nah, Iran, all right, man. Iran ain't going. Iran ain't. They not these other Middle East countries. I told motherfuckers that. Like motherfuckers thought America was just gonna run through Iran. This should be over. I told motherfuckers then, like, nah, man, Iran ain't going. Iran, you can't just run up in Iran like that. Like this ain't Saudi Arabia or Iraq or some shit like that. This Iran. This the big boy.
So I'm like, bruh. I'm like, dude, talking about he gotta finish. Yeah, you gotta finish the job, bro. Like, I don't know what the fuck you jumped in that shit for.
When I was a little kid, dog, I'm talking, I was a real little tight. The first major story I remember was Iran punking this motherfucking country for some hostages for over a year. They held them motherfuckers for over a fucking. If America couldn't get some goddamn hostages from a country in over a year, that means America ain't. Yeah, they not. I don't know what made people think they're just gonna run down and this shit'll be over in 2 weeks. Like we talking about Iran over here.
I was back then too.
Yeah, that was 79, motherfuckers. Like, yeah.
I'm like,
Punked America.
Oh,
took they goddamn embassy motherfuckers and held them motherfuckers for over a year. Like fuck you motherfuckers. Y'all got out. You send back that Ayatollah. We got we need to handle our motherfucking traders. Y'all protecting our traders and shit.
Man, you know what I was shocked at? I'm sitting there watching some documentary, and it was showing how the United States created the Ayatollah of Iran.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He was a puppet. He was a puppet. That's why the people had issues with him. Same thing happened. Same thing with Cuba. They had problems with Batista and everything else because Batista was an American puppet, and he let all the Americans come out there. Well, they had all the casinos out there. This was before Vegas. Before Vegas was a thing, people used to go to Cuba to go gamble. And that was the connection to Cuba and America. And a lot of people used to go out there, go gamble, do all this other shit, everything else. That's when Batista was in charge. And then when Vegas started becoming the thing, and then the people turned on Batista because he was American motherfucking lapdog, and that's when Castro took over. But yeah, these Americans, they go down here to these countries. That's they try to punk Iran to do that shit again.
Right.
That's what it's all about. They try to punk the motherfuckers in the putting the puppet in place. They want to know running shit.
That's what he just said, right? He said, oh shit, I think my wire. He said Monday that the US will win the war with Iran one way or the other. And he said that we're either going to make a deal or we're going to finish the job. It won't be tough to finish the job. Man. Oh, they made the three sons they did make an appearance.
Trump been saying this shit gonna be over in a couple of days. He's been saying that shit since this shit started. Don't listen
I know,
to
that's what I'm about to say. How long did he, like, I'm like, bro, this kind of, what you doing?
He been saying that shit. That month when they bombed him, whatever that was, like about a year ago, they bombed the motherfuckers. And motherfuckers like, that's it. We demolished everything. It's done. We demolished everything. They completely wiped out. And here we is a year later, and they still trying to cut deals with these motherfuckers. Like, I told motherfuckers, Iran ain't going, bro. I don't know what this shit is.
I'm like, hey, I thought you got rid of everything. What the hell are they knocking off ships with right now?
America underestimated Iran.
Shit.
I don't. Well, maybe Donald Trump did. I'm
maybe
sure
he did. Yeah.
He might have. But I promise you, those generals and admirals and all that shit and everything else, they knew what it was. They knew that shit wouldn't be easy.
Yeah, I agree with y'all. Donald Trump is the one who underestimated Iran. His generals, I agree with y'all. They was advising him, look, man, leave them motherfuckers alone.
Yeah, I think one left or one retired. He was like, man, I wasn't with that. And, I can't remember.
They don't want that kind of smoke with them. Them motherfuckers nutty. Like they are the big bad of the Middle East.
Right. He thought he was going to do in Iran what they did in Venezuela.
Oh, hell no. That's why I said this. Iran a different animal. Like I said, when it comes to the Middle East, they the final boss. They
got underground cities.
Underground. I don't know about no underground cities. I know they got.
Yeah, right.
Underground labs,
like
and shit like that.
Like a nigga didn't say no though, type shit. Nigga had to put the question mark right there, type shit. Like I don't know if that's really popping or not, but
I know they had underground
facilities.
Yeah, shit like that.
See, I've been knowing about that since like elementary school, Psycho. I knew Iran had underground facilities as early as like the 5th fucking grade.
It ain't just Iran shit. America got underground facilities.
Right.
It ain't just Iran. Yeah, that's not unique to them.
See that? Donald like, nah, I'm gonna squabble up with him anyway. They're like, all right.
They said the largest bank in the world is underground, right here in America. Not in the world. I should say largest bank in America. Let me say that. Underground.
Hiding all that money you stole.
Mm-hmm.
That's niggas' money in that bank that birthed America.
Oh, it's a saw. Okay, my fault. Not the auto. Okay, got you. Get out. Got you. Yeah, it was I know they was trying to get the motherfucker back in '79, and the motherfucker was a goddamn American puppet, and they was trying to get the motherfucker back, and they was keeping the hostages until they sent that motherfucker back, and I don't think they ever did send his ass back either.
Yeah, I remember that day.
I was gonna say, man, when does the situation with Iran come to an end? If you don't think Trump can get it done in 2 days, when When do you see this coming to a cease?
What coming to a
I don't
cease?
know.
America and Iran?
Yeah. When do you see the conflict stopping?
And that shit ain't never gonna stop.
Not that shit ain't never gonna stop.
No, that shit ain't never gonna stop.
So when is America gonna win?
I don't think America ever gonna win.
That's a crazy thought.
It's
I
not
don't
gonna be
think
in
Iran gonna
America
come
no
over here
more,
and
bro.
take shit over, but I don't think America gonna go over there and take shit over either.
But do they really have to try to come and put troops on the ground on the east and west coast? If you think about it, look at how many years America has given people the opportunity to establish citizenship that's not from America. Look how long this place
Sleeper
been.
cell. Ain't no
Look
sleeper
how long
cells
they.
in the world. Ain't no sleeper
You said
cells in
it.
the world to take over this country.
You said it ain't enough of them.
Sleeper cells, not to take over this country.
Oh, I'm gonna
God
tip your
damn.
head out with a sleeper cell. I was at some hotel in Dallas or outside of Dallas, and I saw these Arabs. They looked like brothers. And they was getting out these trucks and they was dapping each other up. I'm kind of sitting outside the hotel. And they said, "Man, the surgery went well. The surgery went well." And I'm looking at them. The dudes that saying it looked Arab, but when they said the surgery went well, they looked just like brothers from America.
That's crazy. And see, and this is my bad, right?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, I don't have any proof, but what if I was looking at sleeper cells? They're
Yeah,
here and they look like us.
yeah. Well, I mean, I see. This is why I get annoyed with the whole 9/11 thing and everything else, because like I actually met I used to like one of the sleeper cells with the 9/11 shit. One of the motherfuckers who was a part of it. The motherfucker worked right downtown Newark and shit. Motherfucker at a newsstand. Motherfucker owned a newsstand. I don't know if it's his newsstand or it was a family newsstand or some shit. And this is back, this is back early 2000s shit like that. So, motherfuckers, they still have newsstands and shit out there, selling newspapers, magazines, candy, all types of shit, right by Penn Station and shit. And I used to stop there to get lighters and all types of other shit, whatever, while I'm traveling back and forth when I was working downtown. And I used to see this motherfucker all the time. Found the 9/11 shit happened, and they started showing the pictures of the motherfuckers and everything else that third. And I saw the motherfucker, and it was like it was like two motherfuckers from Jersey. One of them was him, and I saw that motherfucker. Yeah. And he was a sleeper cell, right? Like they had him in place, ready to take orders, and he took those orders, and they did what they did. But yeah, he used to work right downtown Newark, right by Penn Station.
Man.
I hear motherfuckers say shit like it was the government and everything else. They must have had Arabs working for the fucking government. Them motherfuckers were Arabs.
You talking about what was it? You talking about
9/11. Yeah.
So the Arabs.
The sleeper cells that's in America right
They
now.
all Iranian or Saudi Arabian?
Yeah, it wasn't Iran.
They were all Saudi or something like that, right?
Yeah, it was related to Saudi Arabia. Yeah.
Yeah, they left them the fuck alone.
There's Taliban. They bounce around a little bit, but yeah, there's a central base, I believe, in Saudi Arabia.
Did they ever? What happened with them flying? They supposedly flew their whole family out, or Bin Laden's whole family out of the country, or some shit.
Don't get me in line. I forgot exactly how that happened. How that got? Did you talk about how they got here?
I think they was I think they was here, and then after it happened, they flew them all out privately, or Bush flew them out privately.
Nah,
I forgot.
That motherfucker. I ain't never seen that motherfucker again. They said he died. I believe it. I ain't never seen that motherfucker again. They said he died.
Bin Laden.
Not Bin Laden. I'm talking about the 9/11 motherfuckers. You talking about Bin Laden? You talking about when Bin Laden got shot?
Nah, when they were saying when 9/11 happened, he was like his family and stuff was all here, and then they flew his family.
Oh no, Bin Laden wasn't here when that shit happened.
Nah, not him, but his family. They were saying his family was here or something. Hold on, let me actually Google that shit. I forgot what they was.
Could be true. Don't get me lying. I don't know.
But Z, I think it's sleeper cells in America from other nations, man. On my job, I done had a couple of Chinese dudes come up with their passports from China, psycho, and they demeanor and shit just weird. I'm like, this motherfucker a terrorist.
It's Afghanistan. It's Afghanistan, not Saudi Arabia. Afghanistan.
Oh yeah. So yeah, it does say dozens of Osama bin Laden's relatives and other wealthy Saudis were flown out of the United States on private charter flights in the days following the September 11 terrorist attacks.
Wow.
The evacuations occurred while U.S. airspace was still shut down to commercial flights. Approximately 6 charter flights were arranged to transport over 100 Saudi nationals, including around 26 members of bin Laden's family who were living, studying, and visiting the U.S. at the time. Several flights were departed from cities like Boston, Washington, and Orlando.
Iranians are not Arabs. You say tomato, I say tomato. Whatever. Arabs to me, man. I know they Persian. I know technically they Persian.
Yeah,
but
they Persian.
Right. Yeah. You, like I said, you say tomato, I say tomato.
But
Swarty. I don't know where you at right now, but that shit is loud.
It's that nigga almost got hit.
It's like you walking down the highway and mad cars flying by you and shit.
But nah, I was gonna say, damn, what did you just say? Damn, I forgot.
About Persian, Arabs.
Oh yeah, yeah. But where it does kind of fuck it up at is because, like, Persians is new to Islam though, like that.
Yeah, that's what I said. Culturally, they all Arabic. They all Arabic culturally. So I'm not wrong culturally, but you want to get to the race thing. I don't mind doing
the US
that,
did that though, because before they weren't the same.
Man, listen, motherfucker saying Iranians ain't Arabs is like a motherfucker telling me Native Americans ain't Mexican.
Yeah, especially right now at this point. Yeah.
These motherfuckers like, what we really talking about? Like,
yeah, I don't know how you do that.
Percentage and shit. Like, they pretty much all the same shit.
Yeah, I was thinking about that because I'm like, all right, Arizona, it's just too close, bro. And then when you look at like even in these areas, the Sonoran, like the way that the cooking, but I don't know though. It's a little bit weird. I'm gonna have to really kind of go into that, bro, and see what's available on the history of that. Because we kind of got like the style of the people like over here is like the Sonorans and what style that they like cook with and all of that. But it's like, and we also got a huge native population, like the Apache and all of that. So it's like, how does that interact? Where does that even come into play at?
SYKOPATHeist Muslims, not Sunni. I'm not. Are we talking about their religion? Or are we talking about who they are? Like that's like somebody telling me this dude is an Old Testament Hebrew, not a New Testament Hebrew. He's still a goddamn Hebrew. He's still Hebrew.
Right, a different ideology, but still Israelite.
Yeah, just a different denomination of Islam. That's
all. Israelite, right, or Islam, right?
Yeah, that's all. You know, little small differences here and there, but for the most part.
But those people are supposed to be Persian and something else, man. because that area is interesting. Even the situation with the people they recognize today as the Egyptians. You know, they're not speaking the Egyptian language though, and they Muslims.
Yeah, but the people who
Well,
did it
Egyptians
was
don't
Saudi.
practice Egyptian like that Egyptian shit is dead. Like for the most part, like the culture of Egyptian culture and all that shit. For the most part, that
Yeah,
shit. Like them motherfuckers over there, they Arabic for the most part, as far as like their culture and their
right.
religion, everything else. Yeah, they Muslim for the most part.
So
Muslims.
so what you
Yeah.
think though about the Alex Jones? I think I don't know if I really kind of asked you or if we went into it. But what do you think about though the Alex Jones calling out the fact that like he was threatening the government
Key
about 9/11?
for 226.
Alex Jones is threatening the government. What?
I'm
About
thinking
9/11
that's it.
and
Yeah. See if my name is on it.
hold on,
Reginald Moore.
Swarthy.
Let's make sure.
Hold on. Mute out Swarthy.
What you saying?
They was so before 9/11 he was threatening the government about them doing the 9/11. He was saying y'all better not try to use, we know who your players are, and don't try to use Bin Laden. We know
Alex
you're gonna
Jones.
try to use Bin
Alex
Laden.
Jones is batshit crazy.
Yeah, but what
I don't
about that
put no
though?
credibility in nothing that motherfucker says. Like, I don't even get me started with Alex Jones. I
But
know he talked about but Bin Laden didn't just pop up out of nowhere. Bin Laden had smoke with the country since Bush Senior.
no, I get that, but he literally told them that he knew that they was gonna use him. He was
Well,
like, don't try to use Bin Laden. We know that's what you're gonna try to do.
bro,
And then they do it, and then they fly his family out the day after the shit happened.
Bin
So
Laden was already on the government's hit list and everything else. So it wasn't like he just knew who the terrorists that was on the government's hit list. He knew that, so he starts throwing names out there. And of course, yeah, well, it was about like that. That's not a coincidence or nothing like that. Like he was literally on the most wanted list internationally. Before that, yeah, he moved up the ranks once that happened, but they was already eyeing him. They was already had smoke with him. They wanted to take his ass out. When, like I said, when Bush Senior was there.
but he was the one who was like literally training them though, right?
Well, that's a whole different conversation. But yeah, it was some fuck shit going on with all that too. But for U.S. government, I heard was arming the motherfuckers.
The government was arming Bin Laden and training them.
Yeah, allegedly. Yeah, it was a whole bunch of shit. You talk about the shit with Reagan and all that. You talking about is that what you talking about, Blue?
Let me see. No, I think it was. Hold on. Let me see. What was his name?
With
Tim
Oliver North and all
Osmond.
that shit.
I think they were saying it was Tim Osmond. Let me see who. I think he was
Okay,
still under Bush.
Okay, you talking about the 90s. Okay.
Is an alias frequently used on the internet conspiracy theories. The myth claims Bin Laden was a CIA trained operative. Let's see if this is. Historians and intelligence experts have widely debunked this theory as a piece of folklore, pointing out that
Hey, peace, y'all. I'm about to get to work, y'all. I'll catch you on the next one.
All right, Nyame.
God.
Talk to you later.
Get it in,
All
man.
right.
Let me see. Historians and intelligence experts. They say it was folklore pointing out that Bin Laden in the United States backed Mujahideen operated in parallel against the Soviets, but without direct CIA recruitment. For legitimate historical and geopolitical context. Okay. So it's saying that's a conspiracy.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's 9/11 conspiracy stuff. Like,
I mean, but I don't think you can
it
prove
messes
that.
my mind up that black people believe this stuff so much. Do you know why this? You know why this conspiracy was even created? Why this 9/11? Why they created this whole conspiracy of the government and none of this stuff was real. They did that to try to. This American propaganda, bro. That shit was all American bullshit, kooky propaganda. They didn't want motherfucking Americans to believe that cracker can get his ass whooped. That dusty ass fucking barefooted sand crawling Muslim can somehow or another pull one over on this great beloved white God and tear down his fucking idols and his motherfucking trinkets and shit. They didn't want motherfuckers to believe that. Like, that shit wasn't true. You think the motherfuckers did that? Fuck out of here. We did that to ourselves. We did that. We was trying to steal the money under the goddamn buildings. We did that. That Muslim couldn't do that. You think that Muslim could beat up on a great white man? You think this great bad motherfucking white God can take a hit? No, that was, of course not. Of course not. You believe that, you're a fool. And everybody running with that shit. Everybody like, yeah, man, you believe that white man that white man ain't take no L? You crazy as hell if you think that white man took an L. I argue with motherfuckers like, are y'all shitting me? That cracker took an L, nigga. I lived 20 minutes away from them goddamn Twin Towers that fell, and I watched them motherfuckers. Them shits fell, nigga. Them shits fell, and they shits fell from an airplane, not no goddamn explosions. What are y'all talking about? That shit is just crazy. Like, if these 9/11 conspiracies is true, that white man has got to be God. And I'm gonna drop being an atheist, because I swear God gotta be real, and it's that goddamn cracker. Because these goddamn conspiracies I be hearing, these motherfuckers draw up the most perfect, well-organized. This is the most well-organized, perfect motherfucking scheme that ever motherfucking been introduced to man. Like, you know how many things had to go right for this shit to be for this shit to go down the way these motherfuckers say it went down? You know how much shit had to go right? Like so much shit had to be perfect. Like, the stars had to be aligned. This Saturday. No, I'm not listening to motherfuckers. I'm not listening to motherfuckers who talk this conspiracy stuff with 9/11. That shit is wild. That cracker took an L. And I ain't going to take nothing away from the goddamn Muslims who motherfucking gave him that fucking L. Shout out to the Muslims. Shout out to the Muslims. They beat up on this fucking country. Good.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily. Yeah, I don't know. Nah, I can't do it. I forgot about that. Yeah, nah, man. These dudes' IDs were surviving. I forgot about that part, bro. The convenient. Every time there's one of these situations that happens, these are the perfect terrorists, and the only thing that they seem to be able to leave behind is their legitimate identification card on the scene. That just always seems to survive the scene. Like, they find an identification card, like in a plane. Like, everything else, we looking at the plane disintegrate, but the nigga ID,
It wasn't
that
just
shit
an
made
ID
it.
card that was left. It wasn't just ID. It was an ID card. There was a bunch of other stuff filming around too. Like, an ID ain't made out of paper. You know, it takes a second for that ID to burn up.
Yeah, but we just constantly like, what, like, it's niggas that got fake IDs. Like, what real terrorists walk around with his real actual ID? Like, that's crazy. You don't have a made up name or nothing. This is you. This is your actual. Like, they able to actually find you from your ID. That's crazy. Like, this the real you. This ain't like a made up character. Like, I don't think we gonna see, and maybe just like, I don't know, man. I'm gonna see better work with kids trying to get into the club, bro, on a Friday.
Yeah,
That's kind of crazy.
That cracker took a goddamn L. The Muslims whooped their ass with their own fucking weapons. With their own fucking weapons. Punk them motherfuckers. Bitch ass motherfuckers couldn't even take out the motherfuckers with box cutters. Punk ass motherfuckers got shook and got their ass whooped.
I would hope. I mean, I hope. I mean, I ain't gonna say. I hope, but yeah, I would more so hope that is the case. But it's just
that's the case. I'm telling you, that's the case. Them crackers will tell you otherwise. Them crackers like Alex Jones will tell you otherwise, because them racist ass crackers don't want they don't want to believe they lost control, and they don't know they don't know what the fuck. Somebody whooped their country ass, took their fucking country's little trinkets, and they mad as fuck about it. So they try to convince everybody, well, we did that shit. They can't nobody do that to us. We the big bad cracker. We the big bad cracker everybody said we is. Don't believe anything other than that. We God. Don't believe nothing other than that. And mother's like, yeah, man. Ain't no plane doing that. Like nigga. Yes, a plane does that. Yes, a plane does that. People don't even know how the Twin Towers was even built. People think the Twin Towers was built like some brick motherfucking building or some shit and this, that, and the third. No, that shit was made out of steel. It had steel fucking beams and shit like that. And they built this shit. They built these floors on levels and everything else. So once these motherfucking shit got taken out on top, everything just collapsed down. Everything is collapsed down. It's built. The Twin Towers ain't but so many buildings built like the Twin Towers. Twin Towers built different than your average building. And just go look at the construction. The architecture means everything as far as why the towers fell the way they fell. It's because they wasn't built the way an average building is built. How they going? They're gonna make towers in the middle of the city. They're not gonna build a tower that's just gonna lean over and just collapse like just tilt over all the way like the Leaning Tower of Pisa and just go way to collapse like that. Why would they build a tower like that in New York? They're not gonna build a tower like that where it's in threat of collapsing on everybody the way it did and shit like that.
They would put dynamite on all of the floors like they did with Building 7.
No, that's what they were trying to destroy it, but they're not gonna do that. They're not going to do that because what the fuck are they doing that for? The money under the shit, they could just steal the motherfucking money. They ain't got to do all that to steal that goddamn money.
I don't know why they did. I don't think it was about the money or nothing. I think we're moving in a certain direction and like the way that we move. We can see it. Like the country. Like whether we believe it or like it or not, they're really like symbolic and shit. Like which is how he runs. This part of the reason why he able to win.
Nothing was more symbolic.
He runs the way he runs.
Them Twin Towers was symbolic. Them Twin Towers was symbolic than a motherfucker. That's the New York skyline ain't been the same since those Twin Towers fell.
But neither has life been the same.
I agree. But that wasn't because these motherfuckers planned that shit.
I mean, they wanted to like I don't know.
Nah, bro.
I know they got that Patriot Act push through.
This country likes it when motherfuckers are relaxed. Motherfucker, this country don't like when everything's all tense and everything else. They like it when the shit's relaxed.
Bush kept us on. They love us in a panic, but we made.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
The country breaks their neck. Our decisions.
If the country wants us to be in a panic, they'll tell us everything that's fucking going on. They don't tell us everything that's going on.
They don't want you to be in that type of panic.
They don't want the country in a panic.
No, they don't want you. They don't want chaos.
Exactly.
But they do want. They don't want you.
That was chaos, dog. That was chaos.
But this is what I'm saying. They want you to feel like you need them to protect. Like they're doing something to protect you. So they're gonna
they can go to war and do that shit. They are not going to sit up here. That was the biggest attack on this country's soil that happened since the White House got burned down in 1812.
Which one?
That was the biggest attack on this soil since the White House got burned down in 1812. You can't name me another attack on this soil bigger than that. And I'm not counting. And when I say this soil, I'm talking about the mainland. So I'll even say it's bigger than Pearl Harbor because more people died here than Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking about that. I was thinking about Pearl Harbor.
But that's not even the mainland. That's just a goddamn state. That's just a U.S. military base out in the fucking middle of the Pacific. Some fucking way.
Yeah, I was looking at that though. They're kind of saying that. Let me look at that real quick.
What, Pearl Harbor?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a military base out in the West Coast that Japan hit that shit up. Setting that shit off. They figured they'll hit us up before we hit them up because they thought we was going. Well, we wasn't in the war at the time, even though it was inevitable. We was going to join that war, but we was looking for an excuse to do it, and Japan was dumb enough to give us an excuse. I've heard conspiracies that said Japan never did that shit. That America did that shit just so they could have an excuse to go to the war. I've heard those conspiracies too.
Yeah, that's what it was. I can't find it, but Damn, what's the word that they use for that shit? Can't think of the word that they would use. Yeah, but that's definitely one of them for sure. What you think about the JFK?
JFK, I don't really have. I mean, he obviously got assassinated, so that's not a conspiracy. Just who did it? Did was it Oswald who actually did it? That's the question. I don't know. I don't really. I mean, I got questions. I feel like I got my opinion who I think killed him. I think me personally, I always roll with the Klan. I think the Klan is the one that actually killed him. That's my opinion. I got my little conspiracy on that, but I acknowledge that's my little conspiracy. I can lay it out, but I don't have no paperwork or nothing like that outside of connections. I got paperwork that can show connections and that can support my theory, but it's just a theory.
What you think they? But what would you say the motive would be for them?
The Klan,
Yeah,
they was against integration. They was against integration. The motherfuckers hate Catholics. Kennedy was a Catholic. They hate integration. They wanted separation, and he was pushing for integration. They was against that. They was against. They one second. Okay. They was against the whole. They was against the northern the carpetbaggers taking over the Democratic Party. They was against that. There's a whole bunch of reasons why they would kill Kennedy. He wasn't on their favorite person's list.
Yeah, I mean, the only problem with like the lower level conspiracies with the Kennedy is that still don't cover the cover up. The cover up is too high for it to be a small entity. The cover up is everlasting, is never ending, and you don't get that from the Klan.
Well, it does if you could consider that the richest man in the world was a part of the Klan in that same state.
I'm talking about today. It's about years later.
Well, today, I mean, they would be protecting old money if they still protect it today. That'll be them protecting old money.
Cause see, just with all the research I've done, like I mean, I think you was better stopping before you said the Klan, because it's so many people that had issues with him. I can't even say it ain't the Klan. You know what I'm saying? There's so many people that had issues.
This is my opinion. Yeah, I know it's not. It's other theories out there and everything else. Like I get that.
But no, I'm saying, but you got to account for the facts though, and the facts speak for themselves when it comes to the cover up. The government was in on the cover up from the moment it happened.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But H.L. Hunt is cool with Lyndon B. Johnson. H.L. Hunt and Lyndon B. Johnson was Cookie Crunch.
Yeah, but Lyndon B. Johnson ain't got what it take to pull this off, though. Lyndon Johnson ain't shit.
Man. I don't know. I think this shit was bigger than Lyndon B. Johnson. I think Lyndon B. Johnson was in on it, and I think it was people in the government that wanted Kennedy gone to him and signed off on it.
Now you can't knock no president off without the CIA and people who can actually keep it covered up. I think that's the issue. Like I say, Lyndon Johnson can only do so much. The point of knocking off Kennedy is so Lyndon Johnson will know that you can be touched.
Yeah, and then what about the other
kid? I don't think they did it for him. I don't think they did it to threaten Lyndon Johnson.
Not just for him, I'm saying for anybody. For the next motherfucker, for his motherfucking brother who finna get clapped in 5 years. Sit your motherfucking ass down or you gonna get clapped. That's what that was.
So you think this is somebody overseas? You think some international shit going on?
Well,
that was international with RFK.
Okay, we can get to that in a second. But you got people that the French dudes who said that they were hired to come in and participate. You got E. Howard Hunt and his participation. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's just so many shooters. I mean, there's just no way to pinpoint who the actual shooters are.
Well,
there's no way to keep this covered up without the government. The government covers all this up.
I'm not even saying I'm not even saying the Klan was the ones that, like, a Klansman is the one that took the shot. Like, I'm not thinking about your old hooded, motherfucker burning the cross type shit. I'm saying I think the Klan set this shit up. Like it's like, not when I say the Klan, I'm talking about H.L. Hunt, and I'm saying Klan because that's he was, Klan affiliated. So at least, at the very least, I believe he was a part of them, but he definitely was Klan affiliated, and he was cool with Lyndon B. Johnson, and it's just, I don't know, it just I
just can't get anybody to do this though, bro. Like I get
yeah,
it.
but he got bread. He was the richest man in the world. If anybody could get us hitman to do this shit and pull it off, it would be him.
Yeah, but we ain't talking about no. I'm saying we not talking about no hitman. We talking military grade A sniper, can't miss type shit.
A lot of hitmen work for the military.
These ain't just regular dudes we talk about. And again, the ability to keep the cover up infinite. I don't think
that's how you don't think it was. That's why I'm saying you don't think it was a hitman. You don't think like a hitman is trained like a lot of these people are former government SEALs and all types of other shit and everything else. These professionals, so
right.
And this is a
How do you
professional
not
hit.
get caught by now?
I believe it was a professional hit, and so I think we agreed that I don't think this is some just random ass cracker that's that just gun happy and just go out and shoot every so often at the range or some shit. Like this motherfucker, he got him with 2 shots.
Yeah, but how much
that's what I'm saying. It ain't no bro. That's what I'm saying. It's 4 shots fired though. You know what I'm saying? We got to count for 4 shots, even though the 2 hit him. Yeah, but it's 2 that misses. When they hit somebody else, it's when they found. Like, you know what I'm saying? That we got to account for more shots.
Yeah. But do you think it was one shooter?
No. Hell no.
I don't think so either. That's what I'm saying. I don't think so either.
The evidence shows it wasn't just one shooter. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. I don't think it was just one shooter either. That's another reason why I don't think even if Oswald was a part of it, let's just play devil's advocate and say he was a part of it, he wasn't the only motherfucking shooter.
See, I think when you start looking at his part of it, I don't think he knew what he was into. I think he was put there, he saw the play, and that motherfucker tried to get the fuck away. Like when you look at his movements after the shooting, that motherfucker was shook, bro. He didn't know what the fuck was going on. And he knew he was finna be the fall guy. That's why when they grabbed him in that theater, he said, I'm just a patsy. I'm just a patsy. He wasn't bullshitting.
And he might not have been. I mean,
he wasn't in on
shit, because what you call it did the same thing. Malcolm Killer did the same thing and shit. Motherfucker was he for the longest time, he's like, I ain't do it. I'm not the shooter. I'm not the shooter, this, that, and third, everything else. And motherfuckers never believed him. Until years later.
There's no proof that Oswald is the shooter though.
No, they kind of just rolled up on him, locked him up, and said he was the shooter. And he never got his day in court, which makes this shit. Him dying the next day he got locked up? The day after he got locked up, that next morning when they went to go.
I think it was 2 days. I think, if I'm mistaken, they're finna transfer him.
Mm-hmm.
They spent the first day interrogating him, and then the next day is gonna transfer him. I think.
The fact that the motherfucker knew he was getting transferred at that time, right there, and he knew that he can motherfucker sneak his ass up in there. Well, he knew the motherfucker. They said the motherfucker was real cool with the cops and everything else that third, and he used to walk around town acting like he was police and shit like that and everything else. Yeah.
Did you ever see my video I made about the black witnesses?
Might have. If I do, I don't recall.
Yeah, that's where most of, because you know what I'm saying, I understand the white people and whatnot, but they ain't let a lot of these black people testify. And that's where a lot of my understanding of this shit comes from, is a lot of what them black people was saying. That's why, like, when the lady said that it wasn't even Oswald who shot the police, I believe her. She was sitting on the porch. She was sitting right there. But they chose not to put her on the stand, chose not to talk, use her for any videos or nothing like that. She got one interview, and she was sitting there and seen the shit, and she said it wasn't Oswald.
And who she said it was?
She said it was some fat motherfucker.
A fact.
She said, as a matter of
Where
fact,
was
she
he
said
at?
it was two motherfuckers. She said, the officer pulled up. They clapped dude and they took
You
off
said
in opposite
officer? Wait,
directions.
hold up. You said an officer?
Yeah, you know the J.D. Tippett shooting, because you know when Oswald when he left and went home, they said he shot a police when he went to the crib.
Okay.
So the woman who saw that shit said it wasn't Oswald. That whole story fucked up. That whole JFK story.
Yeah, the JFK shit. That's why I said that's tricky. Like it's a lot of missing and moving parts in that. So that's,
I mean, because you got to include everybody who get knocked off after him, just for the name. And
yeah,
I want to know why he kept them files.
it's like that's some clean ass, like, you talk
RK shit
about
is weird too.
professional. You beyond professional.
Yeah, because Sirhan, that motherfucker, he said he don't even remember doing the shit, which is weird as fuck. That's what make that shit so weird. Like, what the fuck you mean you don't remember doing? Like, are you bullshit? Are you just playing dumb? Like, it make you wonder that motherfucker just playing dumb. Like, I don't like
that motherfucker.
It's that
He's
MK Ultra shit.
MK Ultra subject, bro.
I was just finna say
and that's what I know. That's what
shit.
people run with. I think the motherfucker was just batshit crazy.
No, they got him documented though. Like, cause see, some of these cats again, you know, like they was like, bro, this documented who the fuck was around them, where they was. Like Sirhan was on bullshit, and he wrote all that shit in that goddamn tablet. He was,
that's what I said. I think
he
he was
under mind
crazy.
control.
I don't know if it was mind control though, but he definitely was batshit crazy. He was batshit crazy. I just think, just kind of like the woman that stabbed motherfucking MLK. Like,
yeah, that motherfucker was crazy. But now I want to ask though, are you saying MK Ultra is not real?
Well, they tried to do MK Ultra, you know, messing around with, you know, mind control, using drugs and everything else to try to get motherfuckers truth serums and shit like that. That definitely happened, you know, as far as like the operation, as far as like trying to come up with a truth serum and shit like that and everything else. But I don't believe they ever came up with it. I don't think that shit ever came about or anything. It was just something they was trying to do and they failed.
So people like, yeah, I don't see. That's what I'm saying, bro. I can't say they failed when we can see the results of it. Like some of that shit he had written in that notebook, it mirrored other people who have been tested by these same doctors. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna send you this documentary.
But remember, they was giving these motherfuckers PCP and shit like that, and that PCP fucks with people's mind. Like I know you done talked to motherfuckers or dealt with motherfuckers who either was doing that shit or used to do that shit or whatever. And if you know a motherfucker who before they started fucking with that PCP shit, and then you fuck with that motherfucker after he fucked with that PCP shit, you realize this motherfucker ain't the same. This ain't the same motherfucker. Like he different now. He moving different. He acting funny, and he probably never got right. I know a couple of my peoples I know who used to fuck with that leak. We used to call it leak out here. Dip cigarettes, you know, all that other shit, angel dust, whatever, sherm, whatever you call it in your neck of the woods. My people should be on that shit, man. Them motherfuckers ain't never been right since, bro. On everything I love, motherfuckers still fucked up off that shit, like twitching and that's weird shit.
That shit fucks with people. Yeah, but that's what they was trying to do though. They trying to see what could they use that would still allow you to be still usable.
I argue he was framed though, bro. Like I from what I've seen with that, it really looked like that racist ass police officer that's on the video, right there, like in proximity. It's him. His name Thane Eugene Caesar, and he on videos laughing and talking about the shit. Later on, you know what I'm saying? I think it's him that actually did the shooting, and Sirhan was actually charged for it. Like,
but you don't think Sirhan did the shooting?
No, absolutely not.
Well, I definitely think he did the shooting. I definitely feel like he did the shooting. Like, what? All them people was right there when he did it.
Mm-hmm. And if you listen to the person who grabbed his arm, he said he kept him away.
You saw Rosie Greer? Was it Rosie Greer?
Nah, Rosie Greer got him after the white boy grabbed his arm. The white boy grabbed his arm and made him shoot upwards. Man, that's another investigation, bro. Look into that shit, bro. They found 14 bullets in the motherfucking building. But they're blicking that shit up. It wasn't just Sirhan shooting in that instance, bro. And that cop name is Stan Eugene Caesar. That motherfucker, bro, he's the one that shot Bobby, bro. Straight up. Ain't no question. That shit with that girl in the polka dot dress running out the building and all of that shit. All that shit was real, bro. Motherfuckers out there talking about that shit. It's documented. And then suddenly this shit disappears. They said they got rid of all of the bullets and shit that had been fired into the walls and whatnot. That's a crazy case. That's the LAPD, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's the LAPD, fam. Like, look into that shit again.
LAPD is a motherfucker. I ain't gonna stunt you on that. Yeah, I'll look back into. I never heard the conspiracy that he didn't do it. I did hear about the mind control. That was the only conspiracy I really heard about the RFK shit with the mind control with him.
They said that motherfucker finger was still clicking the trigger, so he shot. I ain't saying he didn't shoot, but he didn't hit him. He was shooting, but he ain't hitting.
Didn't RK die from a one hitter quitter? One shot took his ass out.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The motherfucker shot that motherfucker up. It wasn't his bullet. Like, for real, them two assassinations right there, and Dr. King's. Like, bro, that shit is them shit suspect, bro. Like, you know, especially to me, Dr. King's is the ultimate. But those two are just, you know, it's just obvious. But with Dr. King's, it's just, you know, it's like fuck.
I think the government played a role in King's assassination. I maintain that. I think when he went against the Vietnam War, the government dropped their protection that they had over him, because the government was protecting MLK all the way up until his views of the war changed.
And after he met with Elijah Muhammad,
they made sure that motherfucker was alive. They made sure he was breathing and everything else. He was useful. They needed him to push what they was trying to push, and they made sure he was good. He got sprayed with water hoses and all that other everything else, but he didn't get shot and none of that other shit during that time. That's the closest thing he came to assassination before that was from a black woman who was batshit crazy, right? Like, they made sure those crackers didn't fuck with him, and he was out there walking around them amongst them motherfuckers, and they wasn't fucking with him, and that's because he had government protection. Once that motherfucker started talking against that war, they pulled all that shit. And I think they the ones that put the call out to get that shit done. It could have been the government that did it. If it wasn't the government, they definitely had a role in it. They knew who to go to get it done. Let's put it that way.
I'm saying that was the government. Like, all my research on that points to there being no way a regular person could have pulled that off. The shot,
not a regular person, but I agree. But again, hitmen are a thing. So that's why the government could have got a hitman to do it, or it could have been them pulling the trigger themselves.
Not from where they said.
Well,
not from Bessie Brewer's rooming house. It didn't happen that way. If they got a sniper, they saying it happened from across the field at Bessie Brewer's rooming house. And it's an implausible shot. It's a better shot where the witnesses are pointing at. And a lot of times, you know, people that
the roof, right? It was the roof that they was pointing at, right?
Yes, they point at the roof. You know what I'm saying? But history says they point at Bessie Brewer's rooming house, and they're not.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they got people with that one.
If I ever go to Memphis, I got to pull up over there, check out the spot.
Yeah, when you look up there and see where them people was pointing, just right quick, when you look up there and see where them people was pointing, it's still up there, bro. It's a penthouse. They refurbished that motherfucker, bro. Just for the cause, nigga. It's refurbished. It look good. The same place where they pointing at.
I thought they tore that building down when I went up
No,
there.
bro, they even worse. They added on to the building. They added on to the museum to cover up where you can't see where the witness is pointing at. So even if you standing there on the balcony looking out, you can't see where those witnesses are pointing at. They built the building.
Do they have like?
Okay, that's why I
Do they
look
have
different
like
to me because I went there.
yeah, do they have like a blueprint to show what the scenery looked like in real time?
They got all them old cars still up
What you mean? What you mean, Psycho?
Like do they have like a way like this building wasn't here in the 60s or blah 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 this that third, like do you have like a way for you to like see or I don't know, like what am I when I'm trying to say the
Yeah, I think I know what you're trying to say. That shit hard to come by. I don't know where it's at right now, other than my own video. Like it's only a few people that took pictures of that shit where they started to construct the museum, where they changed the museum. Hold on, let me see if I can find these pictures. Give me 1 second, because they I think I know what you're asking for. And
yeah, because you said now it looked different, like just like an image of the landscape of how it looked in back then opposed to now. Because I know like my hood don't look the same as it did in the fucking 80s and shit. So I could imagine how that shit looked from the 60s and shit. It's probably way different now.
The way it was at still kind of looked the same. Like they still got the same cars parked out there.
Your mic is messed up, Madon. I can barely understand you.
All right.
Not necessarily an aerial view, but yes, it's just like
I got you.
Yeah.
Right here. Check this out. Okay, so this right here is the wall they constructed to block you from seeing this. So on the back end, if you can see right here, this would be the Lorraine.
That's what the balcony is. That's what the balcony was.
The balcony is up here. The balcony is here.
Right there, right.
Here.
Right.
So the balcony sits on this building, which is on the backside of Lorraine Motel. So they're pointing up at that building. Right. So I'm trying to find.
So there's on top. So there's on top up there. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Because that's what they point at.
And that's the front of the building you just had showed a second ago. That's the front of that building that you're pointing at.
Yes. It's but the newer, like that was me out there in front of it.
That's the same old, but that building is the same building that was there at the time.
Yes.
Okay.
So like this, the Lorraine, right? That building was set like going in this direction. You know what I'm saying? Like literally sitting just like this in this direction, and then that penthouse area I'm talking about, it sits on top, right? So they say the shot came from here. I'm saying the shot came from
over there. That is a better shot because you ain't got no trees or nothing in the way. That is a better shot. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So again, when you start looking at them old pictures or whatever, because this is what I'm saying, they refurbished it. That's what that shit look like now.
Now they might not even been all the way up top. They could have. Oh wait. Okay, no, they had to been up top from what I see.
See, that's the side view of it from the street level. That's looking from the Lorraine. That's looking from the Lorraine Motel. So if you at the Lorraine Motel at the back end and look up, this is what you'll see. See what I'm saying?
So that's the front of the building that they was pointing at, that you just showed right there. That's
this
the front of the back.
This the side.
That's the side. Okay, I got
you. The side of the building. See what I'm saying?
Okay.
Even this, you can tell it's facing sideways.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
If you do the aerial view, you'll see on the other side of this, even to this day, is there
a gap between that tall part and the wall right there? Is there a gap right there?
A small gap.
Yeah. Like, could it be possible he could be right there?
It's possible. I mean, it's anywhere up here in this area, I would say it's possible because that's where they're pointing at.
Yeah, because I was wondering if there's like a little gap between there, whatever, like you could walk in between, or was that all the way against the wall?
I mean, they pointing up there, so whatever, you know what I'm saying, whatever you want to deal with up there, I'm cool with it. You know what I'm saying? As long as we acknowledging where they pointing at, because a lot of people don't acknowledge that. So here's an old view, right? Again, you see, they're trying to say it came from over here, right? But again, I'm arguing up here where them witnesses are pointing at. You know
That's
what I'm saying?
closer and an easier shot.
So let me see if I can find it today, the front of it, so you'll see what I'm talking about. Where I say they rebuilt it and built onto this motherfucker, because the shit is crazy what they did to it and rebuilt on it. Right. So now it's like it's higher in that area. I'm trying to find the right picture, just scrolling through the goddamn video. But they made it, and before that, they used that little wall right there, that little blue wall. That's what concealed it at first. You know what I'm saying? So when you say old pictures and whatnot, them about the only ones, the person who did this little research and whatnot, they took all the pictures back then when they started to build the museum, because they was questioning why you're blocking off that part of the view. Because you know what I'm saying, again, this a real picture from that time right there where they jumped down from the wall. This is a real picture from that time where all of this sits in between the view over there across. Like, so again, I just, God damn it, I know I gotta. Here's one right here. So you see where this say Civil Rights Museum and all of this up here?
Mm-hmm.
Those are the additions. This ain't part of the original Lorraine Motel. This is part where they built it as a museum. And like I say, that little blue thing that used to block it, it turned into the museum. So now the museum sits higher than what used to be room 304, 306 or whatever. See what I'm saying?
I think that's wild that they turned the place that he died at into a fucking museum. That ain't wild to you? Like, that's a little bit wild to me. A museum?
It makes no sense.
That's just wild. Like,
it was a money grab.
Like that, outside of him dying there, what Black history is going on right there? Outside of him dying there, like that, you need to make that's wild. Like, they capitalizing off of MLK dying at their motel. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna go down there and do it again though, man. But like this, I think that water tower, that was an implausible shot. It's a few windows and whatnot up there, but like I said, the best place to me is where them witnesses pointing at. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of places you could point to, but I like where them witnesses pointing at. For me, that's you know. So when you go, you kind of just know what you're looking for and kind of go off of that. You know what I'm saying? Because just don't forget where them witnesses pointing at, nigga. That's, to me, that's everything. You know what I'm saying? Nothing else in that case matter but where them damn witnesses pointing at.
But they known for doing that in the South, Psycho. Like, I know places where black men that got hung and all that. All that shit's turned into
Yeah,
museums.
I understand. I understand. Like, it's a landmark because of what happened there, but to turn it into a museum just seems a little scummy to me. I don't know.
You know what they did too with that? They prevent, like, you can't even go on the third floor. You can't go out there and look.
Yeah, I sure hope not. That's like, they shouldn't allow motherfuckers to do that shit.
I don't even think you can go out there and touch them cars. Is them cars still out there?
We about to go through a tour of the hotel. Nobody will give a fuck about none of the other places in the hotel besides that third floor. That's all they give a fuck about. And everybody's walking in like, this is where he last walked, and
nah,
this is where he got clipped.
Is them cars still out there, Taz?
Yeah, the cars still out there.
This is where he's bleeding out his neck at right here, and you still see the blood stains. Look, y'all, and like, how do you, like, what are we doing? Like, that's just crazy. That shit is crazy.
I can't believe they kept the cars in that spot, man. Because when I went in 1998. That's the last time I've been, and they had them cars parked out there. You couldn't go near that shit.
Yeah, bro. I went out there during the pandemic, bro. One of them $12 flights when I was just going everywhere for the fuck of it because it was damn near free.
Yeah. I would have stopped there if I was in Memphis. I'd definitely stop there. I need to go on a road trip.
I went to his church on Auburn Avenue in Atlanta. You can go inside the church and shit, you know.
But yeah, there was no reason to add on to that building though, man. You know, at like that to add on to it and block the view of where the people are pointing at. That's crazy to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
But
when
yeah,
you
let me
saying
say
the
this right
third
quick though.
floor, go ahead.
Let me say this right quick though, man. Good shit on that debate, y'all. That's not a topic I know very well. It was just an interesting debate to me. But I do question why one would have such a tough debate, Blue. You know, for all the marbles, you know what I'm saying? But you know, it was interesting. It just was, I would say it's an
that
uphill
wasn't it.
battle for a nigga like me just watching, like, okay, all right, okay, yep, all right.
Yeah, that
Hey,
wasn't it. That wasn't the time.
you should have went ahead and put God in there, Blue. The
All right,
God
here it goes.
particle.
Shit, might as
Here it
well.
goes, Psycho. I found a picture for you so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Now, you can see the addition now, can't you?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying is that was used to block that view that pointing directly up where the people are saying that shot came from. This
Okay, so
crazy
the
addition.
balcony is over here. That's the same balcony over here, but they put the other part up here, blocking it. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, because the balcony is over here. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right. Yeah.
Over here somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but all of this built up right here, all of this, like all of this was made.
All the brick stuff above, and they even built upwards. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And like I said, when you go and you see it for yourself, you're gonna say, I see what this nigga was talking about, man.
Yeah,
Hell
almost
no.
add a cover. And
Hell
almost
no.
like, yeah, it killed the angle and everything.
Yeah. It kind of, and like I say, it kind of forces you to look straight across, which is where they want you to look at. I'm saying that's the story they tell, that it's straight across. So it kind of forces that dynamic when you're looking at the building, standing straight in front of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Like I said, that was all open area, fam. You can see the picture when they pointing up there. That's an open area. There's nothing there blocking no goddamn view or obstructing the view in no way, shape, or form.
Yeah. Like Malcolm got killed at the Autobahn Center in Harlem, and you know that's a little bit different. You know they still got the place open. They actually renamed it the Shabazz Center. The front's a little bit different. You know they took the Autobahn sign down and everything else. You know the inside ain't changed a whole lot outside of I mean they changed some, but it's not too much different than when Malcolm was there on the inside.
Who was that they said that told Malcolm to encourage people not to check for weapons?
That was Malcolm's thing. He didn't. He felt like he shouldn't have to do that for his own people or whatever. And this, that, and the third was a bad idea. He told that to the cop, the undercover cop that was his security guy.
Okay, I remember hearing something about that. I was like, what?
He told that to his man. First, he told it to his mans, and he told that to that cop too. That was the head of the security. But and a lot of people try to act like that cop had something to do with it. He ain't had shit to do with that shit.
I think them police outside let one of them shooters walk away though.
They definitely let the motherfuckers get away. I showed the whole breakdown of that shit. Like they let the motherfucker get away. They didn't. They were so sure that they had the motherfucker. They didn't realize the motherfucker who actually did the kill shot was right there, trying to snatch something from the motherfucker they had snatched up. They already had one of the motherfuckers snatched up, and
I think he was trying to get him free.
No, he wasn't trying to get him free. He was trying to get something from him. I think he had some evidence there that would have linked them back to the North chapter or whatever the case may be. And he snatched it from him. And then he walked away. I can show you that shit. I did a whole breakdown of that shit.
Yeah, pull that shit up. Yeah, because I know exactly what you're talking about. I can't even say you wrong for that. I just, I didn't want to see what you mean, because I actually do think there was something there happening that don't get talked about.
Give me a second. It's gonna take.
Yeah, the police was in on it, man. They tried to frame the NOI.
And you say he just snatched
Police
it
wasn't
from
in
him
on
real
it.
quick?
Police wasn't
Yeah,
in
bro.
on
He he up there tussling and shit with these motherfuckers, and then just fixed his coat and walked away.
Yeah, yep. That's exactly what happened. Yep, we talking about the same shit. Yep, that's what happened. He was trying to grab something from that motherfucker.
Yeah, that's why the police was smiling.
Let me.
They was in on it.
That should take forever to try to find it that way. You know what I'm saying? Was it this? Yeah, this right. This must have been it. I think this is it. Give me 1 second. I got it. Part. Is this it?
Yeah, they did Malcolm bad. They put that nigga on the front page.
Nah, that's not good. Let me find a better version of that. But that shit too small. You ain't gonna be able to see it from there. Let's go over here. Damn, I got. Man, was this it? No. Let's go this way. I found it on one thing, but that shit's so small. I needed to get a little bit bigger so I could show niggas what it is. Trying to find a better version of this.
Yeah, that's one of them. That's one of them videos they be playing with, though. That like it's definitely better versions of that. Just ain't got them.
Try to find. God damn, why can't I find the video with Malcolm getting shot? They know you ain't catching his killers. Well, not him getting shot, but them pulling away at his killers and all that shit outside the Autobahn. I'm having the damnest time trying to find that damn video.
Have they released the Malcolm files? I don't think they have, had it.
Psycho, man, this shit is crazy. They scrubbing this shit, bro. Like some of this shit that I know used to be on this motherfucker ain't on here no more.
A lot of this shit, yeah.
A lot of that shit.
Let me put it in this. Like the algorithm's a motherfucker. They either scrubbed it or it's wiped off. The algorithm pushed it so far back you can't even find that shit. Algorithm's a motherfucker too. Damn, I can't believe I can't find the picture video. That shit used to be all on YouTube. How can't I find one motherfucking? I just want one video showing it because I can point it out. If I could just find the goddamn footage.
You probably had to type like Malcolm's assassination aftermath or some shit.
I'm putting that type. That's what type of shit I'm putting.
Okay, well,
I'm having a time trying to find it.
Yeah, I'm looking, ain't nothing showing up. They keep putting me at just the news clips.
Yeah. But they had the actual footage of the motherfuckers pulling at them outside and everything else, and I can't find none of that shit.
You probably had to go on damn, what's the name of it? Oh my god. What was the shit that first came out? It was out before YouTube, man. They used to have all the videos. I still got an account on there, man. It's called they had all the uncut shit.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a website. Damn, it's gonna come to me.
Rotten?
Now it's a website before YouTube came out, right? They had this other site that was like YouTube full of number of videos, but it was before YouTube. Oh,
I'm convinced this nigga say anything.
bro, the site is still up, bro. I got music on there from over 20 years.
But you don't know the name of it.
I haven't been on there in years. It's gonna come to
You
me
got
now.
music on the site you don't know the name of?
Yeah, before YouTube existed.
So
This
how
site
you
was
know you
popping.
got music on it still?
Because I went on there a couple years ago and my shit was still up.
Mm-hmm.
What was it called when you went on there a couple years ago?
I had a song called "Stay Black," right, and it was on there.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Why am I asking this dude anything?
bro, because I'm one of the realest. I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Yeah.
I'll find out.
I am skimming through shit, hoping it's on certain videos and it's not. This is wow. What did YouTube do to this shit? Like, this is crazy.
Yeah, I'm tripping.
Like, that shit was everywhere. Now I can't find this shit nowhere. This is crazy. I did a breakdown. Like, I got it on one of my streams right here. I did a breakdown, but I did it through the small window. So, and it's going to be even smaller if I share it. Let me go just do it that way. But that's the only way I can find that shit. That shit ain't nowhere else.
But what about the two dudes though who got exonerated?
Yeah, they got out. They eventually got out. As hell. All right, let me do it this way. I gotta do it this way. I can't find the original version of this video.
Undercover cop Gene Roberts administered mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to Malcolm as the assassins ran from the building. One of Malcolm X's bodyguards fired at the fleeing assassins, striking one of them named Thomas Hagen in the left leg. Members of Malcolm's organization, Afro-American Unity, seized the wounded assassin Hagen and began assaulting him until police suddenly arrived to attempt to free the captured assassin, Hagen. Despite being wounded, Hagen struggled to free himself from police and members of the crowd who were holding on to him. Back inside the ballroom, Malcolm X lay dead or dying on the ballroom stage floor, while many members of his organization did their best to comfort and form. Outside
here you
the
go.
ballroom, a large ruckus was going on that was captured by a 16mm motion picture camera. The film footage of captured assassin Hagen
It happened that fast. They're gonna rewind it.
moved so rapidly that one of its secrets has remained intact until now. William Bradley, the shotgun assassin of Malcolm X, can be seen attempting to rescue his accomplice, Thomas Hagen, from the crowd. A newspaper in William Bradley's left coat pocket is circled to help the viewer track him. Due to the poor quality of the 16mm footage that is 46 years old, other geometrical shapes will be used to spotlight the faces and body parts of Hagen, Bradley, the police, and others. After picking an opportune moment, shotgun assassin William Bradley rushes in and attempts to free Hagen. To the naked eye, it appears that Bradley, the man with the yellow circled newspaper in his pocket, is attacking Hagen. But it is the complete opposite. Hagen reaches for Bradley with his left hand. Police officers struggle to keep Malcolm's followers from tearing Hagen to shreds. From screen right, two of Malcolm's followers move in to attack Hagen. One of them, in a light-colored suit, holds a folded wooden chair to strike Hagen if he breaks loose. Bradley assaults a man who is holding Hagen's neck. The force of Bradley's assault is so strong, the man falls into a police officer. Blue lines indicate the widening opening created by Bradley. Spotlighted by a blue pentagon shape is Officer Arnold Arnold, who will play a key role in this incident. Bradley grabs the sleeve of an officer's coat and pushes the officer aside to create an opening for Hagen to escape. Yellow lines outline arm movement. Officer Arnold, spotlighted in blue, notices that Bradley is assaulting his fellow officers and trying to help Hagen escape, moves in to subdue Bradley. Bradley uses his massive, powerful body to force himself between the officers. Despite being clawed, struck, and having his limbs twisted, Hagen never audibly makes a sound. His martial arts training makes him divert the pain. Police continue to keep the angry crowd off Hagen, who is highlighted in green. Malcolm's men grasp even more firmly onto Hagen, determined to stop him from escaping. Hagen struggles to hold on to the officers as Malcolm's men rip, claw, and try to pummel him to the ground. Officer Arnold continues to reach for Bradley. Bradley in yellow loses his grip on his accomplice Hagen. Bradley violently nudges his left shoulder into Officer Arnold with such force, he nearly knocks the officer off his feet. The assault to Officer Arnold is so powerful, the officer is nearly knocked off screen. One of Malcolm's followers, spotlighted in purple, has realized that Bradley is the shotgun assassin who has just shot Malcolm, goes after Bradley to attack him. But another officer, perhaps fearing that another fight could break out, grabs Malcolm's follower in purple and prevents him from pursuing Bradley. The officer forces the man in purple up against the wall. After Bradley calmly walks away, Officer Arnold recoups from Bradley's assault and refocuses his attention to the rescue of Hagen. realizing that the situation is getting out of control, Officer Arnold unholsters his service revolver and fires it into the air. Another officer beckons to Officer Arnold to reholster his weapon, fearing that the warning shot may escalate the situation further and into a full-scale riot. But the warning shot has served its intended purpose. Malcolm X's supporters released their death grip on the wounded assassin Hagen. After Bradley discontinued his rescue attempt on his accomplice Hagen, Officer Arnold realizes that his fellow officers have gained control of the situation. Hagen lies on the ground, badly injured, but now out of harm's way. Cognizant of the all-seeing eye of the motion picture camera's lens pointing in his direction, Officer Arnold wonders what the captured footage will reveal. Uniformed officers, as well as an officer in plain clothes, can be observed keeping Malcolm's followers at bay and preventing the continued attack on the wounded assassin Hagen. Malcolm's supporters, completely subdued and under the restraint of the police officers, obey the officers' commands and fully retreat. Others look on and stare at the wounded assassin Hagen, wondering what will now become of him now that he is in police custody. Hagen lies on the ground and presses his left hand against the bullet wound in his left leg. Police lift up Hagen and take him into custody. The police report that 5 men were involved in the assassination of Malcolm X. The media also reported that 2 suspects were caught at the scene, but this would later be changed to the apprehension of only 1 suspect.
That was him just walking away right there after he took some shit. They let him walk right away. They fucked him up.
William Bradley, shown in this still frame, moves in to rescue Thomas Hagen from the police and Malcolm's followers. Several witnesses to the shooting describe the shotgunner as a bearded man. Bradley's beard is clearly visible. Bradley was also described as stout, dark-skinned, and wearing a dark gray or black overcoat. Officer Arnold restrains Hagen while medical staffies take x-rays of his wounded left leg. Hagen was 23 years old at the time of his arrest for shooting Malcolm X. At the time of his arrest, he was known as Talmadge X. Hale. Hagen was sentenced 20 years to life in 1966. He has served time under the work release program.
Yeah, I gotta find the original video so I can actually break it down better. But let me fix this. All right, there we go. Yeah, I fixed down better because I could show him actually taking some shit from Thomas Hagen before he did, because he was going in there, he was fighting his way in, and then when he got his way in and got to Thomas Hagen, he grabbed some shit from him and ripped it from him, and then that's when he put it inside his jacket and walked away. But he didn't leave until he ripped some shit from Thomas Hagen.
Yeah, but the name of that site, Taz, was called Daily Motion.
Oh, Daily Motion? Okay.
Yeah.
Daily Motion is old as hell.
Yeah, it's still up.
Yeah, they used to have a lot of the raw shit that YouTube took down. I ain't been on
people used to dump it. Yeah, they used to dump a lot of the shit that ain't on YouTube. Used to go over there. I can't believe YouTube scrubbed fucking this shit to the point where I couldn't even find the original version of this goddamn video. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's wild.
Really make you want to just, like, I don't know, you got preserved shit on this motherfucker.
Yeah, man. You have to go to the archive page or something.
Yeah. The assassination is a motherfucker. I always find the almost assassinations just as fascinating as the assassinations, though.
Yeah.
Assassination attempts.
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned not too long ago, it always fascinates me that Gerald Ford had 2 attempts on his life in the same month.
Yeah, they like Donald Trump.
Might have been like 2 weeks apart or some shit. Like, same motherfucking state, same motherfucking month, 2 attempts of your fucking life.
Yeah, that was wild.
They showed Donald Trump that shit. Like, hey, you can be touched, nigga.
Yeah. Ronald Reagan getting popped.
This crazy ass shit that's done happened with Trump, though. I was expecting that type of shit to happen more so to Barack. Like,
yeah, I'm actually surprised Barack ain't get a couple of shots going his way. I thought that was gonna happen when he got elected. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, like, niggas probably would have told this motherfucker up, man.
He gonna fuck around and get assassinated and turn into a martyr.
Yeah, niggas back then would have told this motherfucker up.
If Barack Obama would have died 3 years into his presidential run like Kennedy, he'd be pedalized too right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, he'd be the GOAT.
Yeah, America probably still be burning. Them niggas would have lost their mind.
Like, nigga, he was gonna give us reparations and everything.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying. That'd have been the recipe. If they killed him because they knew he was gonna give us reparations and everything else. Yep, that'd have been.
Oh man, he was gonna unite us with Africa.
Yeah, he definitely would have been martyred.
Yeah, he'd have been goated. In the black community, he'd have been goated.
Yeah,
goated.
You have a whole basketball arena.
Because once somebody dies, you get to paint whatever picture you want they was going to do this, they was going to be that, they was going to, you get the freestyle now. They the freestyle like a motherfucker with Obama.
A million hypothetical.
Yeah. That Reagan attempt is questionable too, though. It's a lot of wild shit with that Reagan attempt.
You talking about what about like the whole story behind it, like?
Yeah, they families dining that night. Just even the scene of him being in the corner like that. It just you got an officer standing up there above them motherfuckers with a gun. Some of that shit look crazy.
Yeah. Him almost dying. They said they got him to the hospital a few minutes later. He'd have been dead or whatever. He was just in office too. He just got elected.
I was just gonna say, soon as he got in office.
That was quick, like that. But then again, he was already a hated motherfucker. Like, it's not like I would argue Ronald Reagan was more hated when he first got in office than Donald Trump was when he first got in office.
Yeah, and George Bush.
Donald Trump but when Donald Trump first got in office, it was looked at as a joke. I would say the hate, like it was people that didn't like him, but all this Trump hate that we see today, that happened during his administration, not when he first got elected. Like when Ronald Reagan first got elected, he had motherfuckers already didn't like him. Motherfuckers hated him for when he was governor of California. So they wasn't happy that motherfucker made president. He went after, even those white liberals couldn't stand him. He went after those hippies. He tormented those hippies. So they didn't like his ass.
Didn't they hate George Bush like that?
George Bush? Who? No, not to that degree. Not.
Only thing happened to him when they threw that shoe at that nigga, but that nigga, he dodged that motherfucker. Yeah, he dodged that motherfucker shoe.
Junior had smoke because they felt like he cheated and everything else, that third. But as far as just being hated, he didn't do shit really to be hated at that point. Outside of cheating to win the election.
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan put policies in place, man. He went after them draft dodgers. Like I said, he went after those hippies and all that shit. He went after the black people out there in California. He tormented them. He wasn't well liked in liberal circles at that time. Let's put it that way. He was doing all that pushback politics shit too. Fucking with Lee Atwater and all that shit and everything else. Yeah, he just wasn't well liked when he got in office. I would argue he was more popular when he left office than when he first got in that motherfucker. I did not like that motherfucker.
So do we have some? Do they got Malcolm X files? I know that sounds crazy.
What files? What files is there to see? I mean, we know what happened with Malcolm.
Well, I know the government still got files on Malcolm.
What is
that we haven't seen?
What is it that you think that's out there that the government is hiding? That
surveillance, surveillance, all kind of shit on Malcolm. I can imagine how much Malcolm probably got a pile 2 feet high.
Saying what?
I don't know. That's what I want. That's what I want to see. I know it's something. Always something with the devil, bro.
Mm-hmm. So you want to see it just so you can say you don't believe it?
Nah, I just want to see the Malcolm X files. You know what I mean? I know he got some files.
You don't believe what it says?
That's up for debate.
I see. So why you want to see it?
Because I know white folks lie. I know the government lie. Like they got a history track record.
How do you know what's a lie and what's not?
That's why I said I have to use discernment, and you know what I mean, and just
discernment.
Yeah, and just
your biases. You mean if you see something that supports something that you already believe is true, you see something that don't support something you believe is all bullshit to crack a line.
Well, I'm gonna have to put it up against what the evidence that I have since Malcolm got assassinated.
We already know what happened with Malcolm's assassination, bro.
I think it's deeper than just that, bro.
Islam took his ass out. That's what happened.
Man, it's deeper than that.
What? How much deeper is it than that?
Because his daughter's suing the government.
Okay, for what?
So to me,
What's she
for
suing the government for?
I think all kind of cover up and knowing different things and all kind of stuff.
No, don't say cover up because she not suing them for no cover up. That's a lie.
All right, what is it?
You keep going because you was wrong point with the second thing you said. The first thing you said you fucked up. She ain't suing them for no cover up.
Okay,
she's suing them because the government knew things.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, the government knew the Nation of Islam was going to take his ass the fuck out, and they didn't do shit to stop it.
I don't know about all that, but
you know what I'm saying? You don't know about all that. That's what the fuck happened.
They said a dude with a beard.
The government knew.
Hold on, they said a dude with a beard.
The government knew about Farrakhan's plans, and they let it happen. They didn't intervene. They had everybody tapped.
That's why we need them files.
They had everybody tapped. They had all the mosques tapped and every motherfucking thing else. They knew what motherfucking plans was. They knew what they was headed for and what they was going to try to do, and they allowed it to happen.
Okay, well, why don't they show us the Malcolm X files?
You mean why don't they show it? Then they let it out. I thought they released it.
I don't remember them releasing that.
Go read it.
I thought they were still sealed.
I thought they released it. Then they released it like last year.
I can't remember. I thought I'm gonna have to check and see.
Go look it up.
I'm gonna look it up because from last time I remembered, I thought they were sealed.
Stop making up things. Go read something. Man. Stop making up things.
Nah, man.
You telling people have stories and everything.
We seen with the newspaper
trying to justify Nation of Islam's fuckery. Stop it, dog.
Nah, man.
Islam took his ass out. Don't miss me with the government did this shit and all this other shit. This, that, third. Stop it. Stop it. I heard that shit when I was fucking little and shit. Y'all motherfuckers pushing that bullshit. Stop.
Well, we need to see your files. Until they release the Malcolm X files,
you ain't gonna find nothing that says anything different than what the fuck I just said.
Well, I don't know that, bro. I don't know that.
I'm telling you, you ain't gonna find nothing different.
Now, so in these files, there should be nothing redacted, right?
I don't know what they redacted and what they not.
That's what I'm saying. Why? Okay, well, why have redactions in there?
They redact every goddamn thing. They always put redactions and shit. So that's why.
So shouldn't that be questionable?
No.
Come on, man. Seriously? Well, I mean, you're entitled to your opinion.
No. Because unlike you, I know what COINTELPRO.
Oh, you already got your bias.
Unlike you, I know what COINTELPRO is, and I don't have this conscious community understanding of COINTELPRO, and I know you ain't gonna find nothing in those fucking files that's going to justify any weird claims that you weirdos are making.
Well, why would they have them files sealed for years, Psycho? That's why I had to question them, bro. If everything was, like they said, why they got the file? Why they sealed why the files were sealed in the first place? That's why I had to be like, wait a minute.
Why do you want to see the files? Why do you want to see the files, bro?
Because it give us what was, what they knew was going on, all kind of insight. Ain't no telling what's in there. I want to see what's in there.
You ain't gonna do nothing but say they lying. So what do you want to see?
No, that's not true. I'm just, you know what I mean?
That is true. Okay. They open up the files. They find out Elijah Muhammad's a PDF file. What you gonna say?
Cap.
So exactly. Why you want to read the fucking files?
You don't because
you're telling me
because you don't know what's in the file. You know why? Because you don't know what's in there, and neither do I.
You're not gonna believe nothing that the files say. Why are you so thirsty to read the fucking files just to say they lying?
Because we want to see the paperwork. We want receipts, right?
You want receipt? You get scared the receipts are cap. You just said it's cap.
Because that's not in the file. You just made that up there. You just said what if. So that's what. So that's why I said cap.
If it's in the files, that would be a receipt, right?
Bro, that's an if.
If it's in the files,
I know that ain't gonna be in there.
If it's in the files, answer the question. If it's in the files, that would be a receipt, correct?
That ain't necessarily so.
Well, you just called the files receipts. Now that wouldn't be a receipt if that was in the
I'm
file.
just saying
But
the
everything
files,
else would be a receipt. This is why I said, why stop, bro? Stop. This is what I mean. Like it's crazy. It's crazy.
because we know, bro. We know,
You don't
bro.
want to
We
see.
know.
You don't want to
Come
read
on,
those
man.
files. The only thing you want to do is read, find out if there's anything, inkling or something in there that you can support your bullshit, and you're just going to say everything's a fucking lie except for the stuff that supports your nonsense. Stop it.
Nah, man, that ain't true,
Get
man.
the fuck out of the goddamn files.
That
That's
ain't
the
true,
reason
man.
why you want to read them. If you're
I
going to read
just,
them, accept them for everything the fucking shit says.
I mean, I'm just saying, okay. I'm just saying they released the JFK, they released some of the MLK. I mean, why not release the Malcolms? That's all. Let's see what's in there. Let the people.
The files they going to do. The files they going to do nothing but say Nation of Islam killed that man. That's all.
I mean,
files are going to do.
I don't know that it's not on there. Have you looked on the FBI website? That whole shit might be on there.
That's what I said. I didn't even look because
I'm gonna have to check and see. I thought the shit was still sealed.
I already know what the fuck going on.
No,
I already didn't care.
This shit done.
Yeah, like this. That's the least. The files they said they wanted to release. That's the one I wanted to see the least because I already know what the fuck going on with that. I wanted to see MLK and JFK shit because those are the mysteries. This one ain't no fucking mystery.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's only a mystery to weirdos like you try to push off.
I'm just saying,
COINTELPRO killed Malcolm. Like y'all know what the fuck y'all talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'd rather stick to that side of the story.
Okay, FBI files is they right here. What you talking about? They right here. Read them. Now go read them and go.
I'm gonna check it out. I thought they were still sealed. I'm gonna check them out. I thought they were still sealed. I'm gonna go check them out.
Knock yourself the fuck out.
I know they ain't released everything, but I'm gonna go check it out.
Go to FBI.gov. They right there. Go read them and tell me
what they got.
Tell me the part that's true and don't even tell me the part that's cap because you're gonna say everything cap except for the part that's true. Tell me the part that you read in there that you think is true that pushes your bullshit narrative.
No, I don't have a narrative.
Go find the parts in the files that says
what narrative do I have?
How about you go read the files and then find the part that says I'm bullshit and then come back and tell me what the fuck it said that said I'm bullshit.
Man, listen, I'm just gonna check it out,
Yeah, do that.
I'm gonna see what's in there. I thought they were still sealed, so I'm gonna see.
I
know they ain't released everything though.
And when you come back here with some nonsense, make sure you tell me which page you read. Make sure you tell me which one you read, because a whole bunch of these motherfuckers. I mean, these shit says they.
Yo, Psycho, you was wild, man. Hey, man, but listen, man.
They got them all listed different. They got them up in Washington. They got files from them in Washington, files from them in New York, everything else. So it's a bunch of these motherfuckers. So yeah, read through all them shit.
Yeah, why they got files on that man like that?
Because they was evaluating all the motherfucking potential threats to the nation.
All he was telling black people is do for yourself and don't depend on the white man. What's wrong with that?
Nothing. But he was down with a coat.
Oh, man.
What do you mean, all man? He was down with a fucking coat that sacrificed the motherfucker. That's when the FBI got on their ass. They ain't had shit to do with them talking about the black man and it's God and none of that stupid shit that you motherfuckers be running around here pronouncing. They killed motherfucker. They killed the nigga. A nigga killed a whole bunch of other niggas because a cracker told him to. Sacrificing motherfuckers out in Detroit. That's when the FBI got onto motherfucking onto the Nation of Islam. Before that, they ain't know nothing about Nation of Islam. Didn't give a fuck about them. Wouldn't have gave a fuck about them if it wasn't for the motherfuckers sacrificing niggas in that death coat that you propping up. Stop.
I mean, you're entitled to your opinion, man. You know, I'm just waiting.
You're
entitled to your opinion, man. I'm just, you know what I mean? Hey, this is
a fact.
If that's how you feel, I ain't tripping off of that.
That is a fact, bro. That's not an opinion. I'm telling you, when the FBI got their motherfucking, when they first put their motherfucking eyes on them, but it was before Malcolm was even there.
Oh, so you trust the FBI?
The FBI already had their eyes on the Nation of Islam before Malcolm even got there,
bro. So you trust everything the FBI say?
Malcolm got in the Nation of Islam, the FBI already was looking at them. They was already investigating these motherfuckers.
So you trust everything the FBI say?
Fuck what the FBI say, motherfucker. That's what the fuck
happened. What you mean?
That's what the fuck happened, motherfucker. What do you mean? This is
I
public
thought
knowledge.
that was your source.
Detroit Free Press, bro. I can pull up Detroit Free Press article talking about. What are you talking about? Stop, bro. Stop. Nation of Islam was fucked since the 30s.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to go read the Malcolm files, man.
Yeah,
I ain't tripping.
go read the Malcolm files. Go read the Malcolm files. I bet you they're not talking. I bet you they're not talking about Nation of Islam like it's some new shit. I bet you they're not talking about Nation of Islam like they unaware of who the fucking Nation of Islam is. Go read it. Go read it for yourself.
No, I just want to see, they thought
they messing with Malcolm and everything else. He joined the goddamn coat that was already being investigated by the FBI. That's why they was investigating Malcolm.
Man, listen, I'm just gonna see what they had to say, bro. That's all. I ain't tripping. That's I mean, what can I do? You know what I mean? Malcolm been gone.
Well, I spare you the time, fam. They said internal strife led to jealousy from Elijah Muhammad. And that's why they wanted Malcolm dead.
Well, why was Malcolm trying to get back in the nation?
I don't know nothing about it.
Nigga, what did the FBI talk about? Why do you keep saying that stupid shit?
Because that was a fact. Malcolm was still.
Y'all
there's testimony. There's testimony that Malcolm was trying to get back in the nation.
Stop. The Malcolm did not try to get back into the nation. Malcolm was trying to get off being silenced. He got silenced for 90 days after saying that fuck shit about motherfucking JFK. He was writing motherfucking Elijah, apologizing for what the fuck he said about JFK and everything else and being silenced. And y'all motherfuckers pull that motherfucking letter up and make it seem like Elijah, he got kicked out of Nation of Islam. He was kissing Elijah's ass trying to get back in. That ain't what the fuck happened. Stop, man. Y'all motherfuckers, y'all motherfuckers so copy and paste. It's ridiculous. Stop. Once Malcolm decided to leave, he was gone. He ain't asked to get back in after he decided to leave. He was done. He was trying to get back off. He was trying to get off his 90-day silence. He got silenced for 90 days. Y'all want to pull up a letter from him writing Elijah when he was still down with the motherfuckers trying to get back off being silenced before he left and trying to say he was begging to get back. Stop, man. Y'all niggas sound dumb. Listen to fucking weirdos.
I mean, like I said, man, you're entitled to your opinion, bro. I ain't tripping.
Ain't no opinion. Go look at the dates on these goddamn things, man. These things got dates, dog. What are we talking about? Y'all niggas just be listening to YouTubers, don't even bother to look at the motherfucking evidence to see if they fucking lying or not. Or if it even makes sense. Listen to a bunch of goddamn Nation of Islam apologists. Barracoon lovers who like to shit on Malcolm. Bitch niggas.
Damn, Psycho, it's gonna be all right.
Yeah, I can't stand you Barracoon loving ass niggas. Always trying to find ways to fuck over Malcolm, talk shit about Malcolm. Get the fuck out of here. One for Malcolm, you
nah, man, that's not true, bro.
You wouldn't be up there kissing Elijah's ass right now if it wasn't for Malcolm, motherfucker. Fuck you, nigga. Fuck wrong with you? That goddamn coat was motherfuckers small as shit. That coat wasn't even doing nothing. They couldn't even recruit motherfuckers because their name was shit. Until Malcolm motherfucker got up on there, as motherfucker started motherfucking recruiting like crazy. What are we talking about? He grew that motherfucking coat 500 times the size it was when he first got it. You mean? If Malcolm wasn't there, you wouldn't have Muhammad Ali wouldn't have fucking joined. What are we talking about? Who you think recruited him? How many people you think Muhammad Ali brought in? What are you talking about?
Malcolm did an excellent job, bro.
Yeah, excellent job.
Michael did an excellent job. Malcolm did what he was supposed to be doing. You know what I mean?
Elijah. That's why Elijah got mad. The other ministers got mad and they got all up in Elijah's ear, telling Elijah he thinks he's bigger than the Nation of Islam. Y'all shouldn't even fuck with him. Elijah, you need to check them. He thinks he's this and he thinks he's that. He's about everything else. And Elijah started buying into it because honestly, to be true, Malcolm wasn't trying to be bigger than Elijah, but he became bigger than Elijah because Elijah wasn't nothing but a fucking picture on the fucking wall. Most of these motherfuckers never seen Elijah. Most of those goddamn members never heard Elijah speak outside of a motherfucking record if they happen to hear one. You know who they did get to hear speak?
Malcolm's title was the national spokesman.
You know who they did get to hear speak in real time? Malcolm. Malcolm was in the streets with the
That's because he
female
was the
motherfucker
national
recruiting.
spokesman.
Elijah
That
wasn't in
was
the
his
streets.
job.
Elijah
doing
wasn't in
his
the
job.
fucking streets. Listen what the fuck I'm telling you, weirdo. Elijah wasn't in the fucking
go,
streets.
bro.
That motherfucker was in his goddamn mansion out in fucking Chicago, eating off fucking coke money, while motherfucking Malcolm was in the streets talking to the people, mingling with the people, recruiting the fucking people. So when the people said, right, so when the people thought the Nation of Islam, they thought of Malcolm. They ain't thinking no motherfucker Elijah Muhammad. That's why motherfuckers had to keep saying this fucking name 1,000 fucking times to remind people that Elijah actually is a thing. Because without that, they would have just been Malcolm. It was still Malcolm. Even though he kept saying Elijah Muhammad this and Elijah Muhammad that. They wanted to hear Malcolm. That's facts.
It's okay, Psycho, man. I mean, you know, I understand you crashed it out.
I ain't crashing. I'm talking facts.
I mean, bro, that ain't all facts, though, bro.
That is facts. It is facts. You motherfuckers always trying to
Malcolm was the national spokesman, and he did his part. Malcolm played his part, bro.
You wouldn't have Farrakhan if it wasn't for fucking Malcolm. What are we talking about?
Malcolm did his thing, bro. I ain't taking nothing from Malcolm.
Farrakhan was if it wasn't for Malcolm.
Malcolm did exactly what he was supposed to do.
Farrakhan loving ass niggas.
Malcolm played his part, bro, and it was great. I mean, hey, man, it's all good, man. You know what I'm saying?
He did favors.
I don't understand why. I don't understand the animosity. I don't understand the animosity.
My animosity is the one thing you should be grateful of this motherfucker. Like that's the I don't feel like he should have been recruiting for that motherfucking piece of shit, but it is what the fuck it is. He did what he did. He ain't know no motherfucking better. Once he found out, motherfucker, he turned around and left that shit the fuck alone. But at the end of the motherfucking day, you motherfuckers though, it disgusts me. You Farrakhan loving ass niggas sitting up here kissing that motherfucker's ass when he's the motherfucking reason why Malcolm ain't breathing, talking all crazy about Malcolm, every fucking thing else. And one for fucking Malcolm, none of you niggas would be in fucking existence. None of you niggas. All you motherfuckers who fought the Nation of Islam through hip hop wouldn't have got that shit without Malcolm. Because all y'all niggas fought the Nation of Islam through hip hop through the 5%ers. And you wouldn't have the 5%ers without fucking Malcolm. Because Malcolm birthed fucking Clarence fucking 13X. And Malcolm didn't birth Clarence 13X, you don't got the 5%ers. And you don't got the 5%ers, you don't got all that motherfucking conscious hip hop that you motherfuckers all learned about fucking Malcolm, Farrakhan, and the Nation of Islam, and God bodies, and guys and earths, and all this other motherfucking shit. What the fuck are we talking about? Yaqub? Y'all ain't know nothing about that shit. If it wasn't for fucking Malcolm, man. Put some respect on that man's name if you're gonna be sitting up here praising that pseudo ass shit that he was motherfucking promoting. Put some fucking respect on his fucking name. If you're gonna praise that shit, respect him, dog.
Malcolm played his part, and it's okay.
Played his fucking part.
Malcolm played his part. Malcolm did an excellent job.
The part. He was the part.
Malcolm did an excellent job.
His part.
I'm not taking, bro. I love Malcolm. What are you talking about, bro? I don't know what to talk about, bro. I love Malcolm. So you know what I'm saying?
He was the part.
Malcolm.
You only hear about Elijah Muhammad through fucking Malcolm historically. If you're talking about historically, if motherfuckers talk about Elijah Muhammad historically, you're only talking about him through Malcolm. If it wasn't for Malcolm, now Elijah Muhammad historically is irrelevant. He's fucking irrelevant. He's Noble Drew Ali. Nobody knows that motherfucker without Malcolm.
Well, if you know what if means, right?
Ass motherfucker. That motherfucker is only the conscious community know about. That's what the fuck he is. Only reason motherfuckers know who the fuck Elijah Muhammad is outside the conscious community is because of Malcolm. That's facts.
Malcolm did his thing.
Fuck out of here.
Malcolm did what he was he signed up to do, you know. So I love Malcolm.
Whatever, motherfucker.
No, I'm just saying, man, I love Malcolm, bro. So I don't understand where all that animosity coming from. Because I love Malcolm, bro.
You Malcolm worshiping ass niggas don't love Malcolm. The fuck you
Malcolm, I learned so much from Malcolm.
Y'all be trying to shit on Malcolm all the fucking time. Then turn around.
Bro, you never heard me shit on Malcolm, bro.
Like y'all love him.
Fuck what you mean? Here. You never heard me shit on Malcolm?
Y'all always shitting on Malcolm. Fuck out
I ain't never. When have you heard me shit on Malcolm?
You did, motherfucker. Y'all motherfuckers running around here.
Bro, hold on, nigga. Hold on. When I tried to, hold on. When we was talking the other day,
bitch ass motherfuckers always do. He ran to a fucking white man. He did this. He did that. He shouldn't have did this. He should have never went against Elijah. He should have never did this.
Yeah, that's good. He shouldn't have.
What do you mean he shouldn't have? Why shouldn't he?
Malcolm, you don't go to the
Why shouldn't he?
because my thing with this, you don't go to the same
Yeah, he's
person
a
you say the
goddamn white
devil.
man's puppet.
You don't go to the
He's a
devil.
white man's
You
puppet.
don't go
He
to
didn't
the hold
believe his
on.
own rhetoric. He didn't
Malcolm,
believe his own rhetoric.
so, bro,
He
that's
didn't
just my
believe his
opinion.
own.
I disagree with
He
Malcolm.
didn't
Malcolm should have
believe.
went to the damn white man who he called the devil
His
to
own
expose
rhetoric.
his
He don't believe that. He don't want you to believe it. He's scamming you niggas. Dumb
bro.
nigga. He don't even
Listen,
believe the white man's a devil. What are you talking about? That
listen.
devil was
My
paying
thing
that
is this,
man.
Psycho.
That devil was paying that man.
I
This is
love
fact.
Malcolm, bro. So I don't
Pull up
understand
FBI
it.
files on that, nigga. Pull up FBI files on that, nigga.
But Malcolm,
That
listen, man,
cracker was paying that man.
bro, Psycho.
Fuck out of here.
You never heard me talk down on Malcolm.
That white man
You
funded
never
you,
hold on, bro. You never heard me talk down on Malcolm, right? Remember when I brought up Malcolm the other day when we was talking about is this our country? I'm the one who say Psycho. Pull up the Malcolm X. And nigga was like, nigga fuck. And y'all nigga was and motherfucker was talking about fuck Malcolm. And motherfucker said fuck Malcolm.
When Malcolm said that shit, Malcolm believed that shit. That shit ain't come from Elijah. What do you mean?
Bro, that's not what I said. That's not what
Elijah talks about Yakub. Elijah talks about motherships. Elijah don't talk about no damn politics.
Bro.
Motherfucking footage of Elijah talking about politics. Elijah talking about being an Asiatic black man. He ain't talking about no damn social issues.
Bro, you think that's all they talked about?
The police brutality?
Man, come on, man. Malcolm learned from his teacher, bro.
I'm talking about motherships, nigga. Go fuck yourself.
Malcolm, bro.
Don't try to make Elijah Muhammad.
Malcolm, listen, man. Malcolm,
you'll get cooked.
Malcolm was the voice piece. Malcolm was the voice piece for Elijah.
They talk about black man being the original man on earth and all this whole other dumb ass shit. You talk about antiquity, nigga, thousands of years ago. That 6,000 years ago, the cracker was created. He talking that dumb shit. Now he wasn't talking about no real time shit like Malcolm. Malcolm talk about the fuck going on with black people in real time.
No how you know? How do you know?
No spooky shit.
I'm saying, how do you know?
His message is actually the opposite of Elijah. His message was, leave your religion at the fucking door. Show me Elijah saying that shit. Show me Elijah saying, leave your religion at the fucking door.
It's all over YouTube.
Show it. Pull it up.
It's all over YouTube.
It's all over YouTube. Pull
all
it up.
Over YouTube.
Pull it up. Pull it up.
You can look up. Man,
dog,
I mean, it's so much, bro. You just gotta look it up. No, it's not, bro. They got so many of Elijah's. They got Elijah talking to the people in Japan. They got
credit for Malcolm X's social political views. Y'all, Malcolm didn't agree with Elijah with that shit. He didn't even agree with Elijah with all that shit. Like, yo, I understand all the spooky shit. You know, the spooky shit's cool and all that, but we got all this shit going on outside, dog. We need to handle this. He's like, no. We don't need to worry about that, Malcolm. No, Malcolm. No, we won't be doing that.
Man, you tripping, bro.
I need you, Malcolm. I need you to recruit more members. We need more members.
I'm about to give you one right here. Now go watch this one.
We have a new temple in Birmingham, Alabama. There's a bunch of dumb niggas out there.
On your rant now, man.
And we need you to go out there and start a chapter so you can have them worship me and kiss my motherfucking ass and get the fuck out of here, son. That's what the fuck Elijah was saying.
Okay, I hear you. Now for the record, right? You can go look up. Elijah got a speech where it says the Negro black preacher is the worst enemy to his people. Bro, it's so many lectures of Elijah saying all kinds of things, just like Malcolm was, bro. It's all over the internet.
No, bro. No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, bro.
Elijah is not talking about the shit that's going on in real time. Show me him talking politics. Show me him talking about all the social issues, the riots, any of this shit. Show me where, what?
It's all over YouTube, bro.
No, it's
so
not.
much.
No, it's
so
not.
many.
No, it's
bro,
not.
I'll be watching them.
Show me him.
That's how I know.
Leave your religion.
That's how I know.
Where's it at,
bro? Look it up.
Come on, show me the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
I just gave you. You told me to name one. I named one.
If Malcolm got it from him, show me it. Show me. How come he ain't birth another Malcolm? Show me.
He did. Farrakhan.
Farrakhan ain't Malcolm. You done lost your fucking mind. Are you shitting me?
What you mean by shit you?
Yeah, are you shitting me?
Oh, what do you mean? We just look around, man.
Look around what?
Man, come on, bro.
Look around what?
You tripping, Psycho, man.
Farrakhan ain't nowhere close to Malcolm. What are you talking about? You could have said Khalid, but you can't say Khalid because Khalid never met Malcolm.
Bro. Farrakhan name
Oh,
is all
right.
around.
He ain't never met Elijah either.
Farrakhan name is all around. Farrakhan name is all around the world.
You can't say
Farrakhan name is all around the world, bro. What are you talking about?
Fuck Farrakhan.
I mean, that's your opinion. You can have that, but all I'm saying is he just as known as Malcolm.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, he is not. That's cap. That's cap.
That's not cap. You want to debate it?
That
you want to debate it?
How you gonna prove that, dog?
What you mean? Evidence.
How you gonna prove who's more known? Like how do we quantify that?
Do social work we pull up, nigga. I can show you Farrakhan all across because I can show you Farrakhan meeting all kind of world leaders.
Social work ain't proving who's more known, bro.
I'm talking about socially, like going places, socializing with people in different countries.
So we gonna pull up Ando Evans of going places and got you.
We talking about world renown, right?
How do you quantify that?
Bro, because I just told you. You said Elijah didn't produce nobody such and such like Malcolm, and I said Farrakhan. I said Farrakhan is just as known more than Malcolm. That's what are you talking about?
I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. Give me 1 second.
Man, Psycho, you trying to twist the argument, bro. But hey, man, like I said, if you want to debate it, we can make it happen.
You're right. Got it.
I'm for real. Yeah, I'm just saying, man. Like I said, man, I love Malcolm.
You would have died anyway. This is a stupid debate, but you would have died just off this basic motherfucking shit I just motherfucking did. I asked you how would you quantify it. You wouldn't tell me. So I got ways to quantify this. So I went to Google, right?
Yeah.
And I just punched in Louis Farrakhan name. His name got 877,000 hits results. That's how many people researching Farrakhan online. I did the same thing for Malcolm X. Malcolm X is being researched 25,900,000 times. And that's my bad. And this is the files. This wasn't even him. I probably would have just put him. It probably would have been deeper. Hold up. Oh, same thing. Okay, well, no, I hit search. My fault. I'm bugging.
Yeah, you bugging.
Okay, no, him. It went down some. It's only. Oh no, it went up. It's 109 million. So, who's more popular? Who's more known? Again, how are you quantifying this?
World renowned, bro.
How are you quantifying this, bro?
Like I said, we got world leaders all across different nations of the planet that know who Farrakhan is. Just like they know, a lot of them know who Malcolm is.
Sound dumb, bro.
No, it doesn't, bro. I'm just saying they both know.
Bruh, I just showed you who's shitting on who as far as motherfucking Google hits. Malcolm is shitting. Farrakhan don't even got 1 million motherfucking hits. This motherfucker got 100,000,009 hits.
I'm pretty sure Tupac do too.
109 million.
People all research.
Don't even got 1 million, and you're trying to convince me this motherfucker with less than 1 million hits is more known than the motherfucker with 109 million.
That's because Malcolm is dead. That's because Malcolm is dead. And he's
dead. Oh, you know,
yeah, because it's just like you look up Tupac, because people love they hold on dearly to a lot of people that passed away, unfortunately. Like if we look up Tupac, Tupac will be the same thing.
Why I'm right?
No, I'm not saying why you right.
Farrakhan ain't Malcolm.
Bro, I'm just saying. I was saying Farrakhan. All I said was Farrakhan was just as known as Malcolm. That's all. My whole argument was.
And I said you're wrong. You're dumb.
No, I'm not. Farrakhan is known in multiple countries, bro. We can't go off of Google hit.
I don't give a fuck. You said more known. You didn't say you changing.
No, I said just as known. I said Farrakhan is just as known.
You wait,
I said
no,
Farrakhan is just as known as Malcolm X, bro.
You said
no, you kind of rearranged the argument, bro.
You said more known than Malcolm. That's what you said. And I said bullshit.
No, bro.
Yes,
I said
bro.
Malcolm. I said Farrakhan is just as known as Malcolm, bro.
Right, and I'm saying cap. I just showed you that's bullshit.
That's not cap, bro. Farrakhan is known in all. Farrakhan is known in all kind of countries and everywhere, bro.
I just showed you that's cap.
So Farrakhan is not world renowned.
What does that got to do with being? Even if I entertain that and say yes, how does that make him more known than Malcolm?
Bro, no, because you said we got to go back to what you originally said. You originally said hold on. What you originally said was that
I said
after Malcolm, you said Elijah Muhammad couldn't produce another Malcolm or something to that effect.
Yes,
right.
And you said Farrakhan.
And I said Farrakhan.
Farrakhan, like I said, you said Farrakhan. So you said Farrakhan, and then
I said Farrakhan, bro. Who you?
I said Farrakhan ain't Malcolm, and you said yes, he is. He's just as known as Malcolm.
Right, just as known, bro. Right, just as known.
Right, and I just showed you you're dumb. If you believe
that, just as known as Malcolm, bro. That's a fact.
No, he's not. In what way? How? When? Who? What?
Yeah, you died on that, Madon.
Nah, man. Farrakhan is just as known as Malcolm, bro.
No, he's not, dog. Not even close. Not even close.
Yeah, he died on that one, fam.
His name is world renowned, bro. So that means if your name is of course, that's what I know. So if your name is just as known worldwide, I mean, come on, bro.
No, his name ain't just as known as him worldwide. That's what you fucking up. What are you talking about? No, not at all. Not even close.
All right, bro. I bet. Hey, I guarantee you can go outside and ask anybody about, hey, do you know who Minister Farrakhan is? I bet you they say yeah.
Okay, go anywhere outside, anywhere on the planet, and motherfuckers gonna know the fuck Malcolm X. How many?
That's a fact. Yeah,
right. Yeah, he like that for Farrakhan.
Well, all I'm saying is both of them is known, bro.
No, one is somewhat known. The other one is world renowned.
Well, hey, like I said, man, Farrakhan's name is up there just like Malcolm's.
Nah, bro. No, it's not. People do not mention Farrakhan in any type of nothing that shit. Like Fate said in the chat, that's fact. You can't even tell Martin Luther King's story without not mentioning Malcolm. You're going to mention Malcolm when talking about Martin Luther King. You cannot mention Martin Luther King, and vice versa. You can't mention Malcolm X and not mention Martin Luther King. They kind of tied at the hip.
Yeah, because that was his contemporaries.
When you think
they was contemporaries.
When you think of the civil rights movement, which is the biggest black movement in this country's history, you think of that, you cannot think of the civil rights movement and not think about Malcolm.
Right, they were contemporaries. Malcolm. That's because Malcolm and Martin are contemporaries.
We're talking about it because you have to talk about the other side of the movement.
Because they're contemporaries, man.
You're not talking about Farrakhan. You're not talking about Farrakhan.
Because Malcolm and Martin are contemporaries.
There is no time in American history. And I ain't talking about black. I ain't talking about black history, whatever the case. I'm talking about cracker history, American history, all this shit, right? American history. You cannot talk about American history and not mention Malcolm. You can totally talk about American history and not talk about Farrakhan. You do not need to talk about Farrakhan and talk about American history and
we talk about the Million Man March. What do you mean the Million Man March, bro?
The Million Man March is not historical, dog. That's some nigga shit.
That is historical, bro.
Historical about
the Million Man March.
It wasn't even a million people there. That was nigga shit.
How you know? Oh, you counted them. Oh, you counted them.
No, that has nothing. You do not need to mention the Million Man March in American history, bro. That is cap. That is cap. You have to mention certain things that black things that happen. Million Man March ain't one of them. You do not need to mention the Million Man March when talking about American by and large. American history, by and large. I'm talking about all this shit. The cowboys, Indians, the Quakers and the Mormons, the hippies, the gold rush and all this shit. I'm talking about all that American history. You cannot talk about all that shit and not mention motherfucking Malcolm. You can totally mention all that shit and not mention Farrakhan and not miss a fucking beat. Not miss a motherfucking beat.
Well, they both got the same teacher, so that's all that matters.
No, they fuck out of here. Like I said, your teacher,
they got the same teachers, man.
What made Malcolm famous? What made Malcolm famous wasn't the Nation of Islam.
That ain't what made Malcolm famous. What made Malcolm famous then, Psycho?
What made Malcolm famous was his political, social views that had nothing to do with Elijah. Again, Elijah was talking about motherships.
Come on, bro.
Elijah was talking about motherships. Show me Malcolm talking about the mothership on TV. That ain't what the fuck he was doing. He was not on TV talking about Yaqub. He was not on TV talking about being the Asiatic black man. That's not what the fuck Malcolm was doing.
Malcolm was talking about being an original man.
In real time.
So Malcolm was talking about being an original man? The black man was the original man?
That ain't what the fuck he was talking about. That is not what they brought him on TV to talk about at all. At all. They brought him on TV to talk about black people's situation, what was going on with the civil rights movement, what's his opinion about which way black people should go, asking political questions.
So let me ask you this.
He was protesting police brutality, everything, shit, all the shit that Elijah was not about. That's what.
So wait, whoa. So why was Malcolm always saying? Well, let me ask you this.
That's not what he was doing. Stop.
Psycho, come on, bro. It's a two-way conversation, man. It's all good. So why was Malcolm always saying the most honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us this? The most honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that. In all those interviews, why was he always saying that?
A goddamn coat, and he's required to give all praises to motherfucking Elijah Muhammad.
He was letting you know where he get a lot of his teachings and understanding from.
Especially on national TV.
He was letting you know who he gets his teachings and his understanding from.
Bruh. Especially on national TV, he is required to give all praises to the cult leader, because if he didn't, he was going to get reprimanded. They was already jealous as fuck because he was getting all the TV time. If he was on there not giving the credit to Elijah Muhammad, they would have really said, oh, look, he really thinks it's all about him. He don't even give credit to you for getting him on TV. And blah, 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 blah. He's getting too much TV time, Minister. Stop.
No, Psycho, man. You just got your own biased way of seeing it, bro. It's okay.
This is fact.
So Malcolm was the national spokesman. That was his job, to speak.
Right. He has to give credit to Elijah Muhammad. Thank you for saying that.
Because that's where he got his stuff. That's where he got his teaching from. That's who he learned from. That's who he learned from.
If he got up there and said, I'm a Yankee fan, I live in Harlem, I'm a Yankee fan, and I am so glad that the Yankees won the World Series this year, all praises to Elijah, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, for giving me the knowledge to become a Yankee fan. He would have had to say that. Or else they got on him for that shit, even though Elijah Muhammad would have shit to do with him being a Yankee fan. He would have had to say that shit because that's what he was required to do. Praise the Honorable Elijah Muhammad for everything.
Bro, you got a wild way of thinking, man.
You act like you don't know how coats work.
Man, listen, man. Malcolm gave credit.
Win the Super Bowl all the time, giving praises to God, and God ain't did shit. Okay, all praises to God for we give me.
Malcolm gave credit to his teacher. Malcolm gave credit to his teacher, bro.
I guess the devil's
Psycho. You can say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want, bro, but you cannot get around the fact Malcolm was giving credit to his teacher, my nigga.
Whatever. He was giving credit where credit wasn't even due, just like I see motherfuckers do when they
win the
NBA championship. It's no fucking different. My bad. What's going on, Yasu? What's going on? How you?
Yo, he was wild.
What's good, Psycho? My break's almost over. But I keep dropping a quote. It was February 18th, 1965. Malcolm's on record saying this, Madon. The only publicity that Elijah Muhammad is getting is because he is now against Malcolm. He was not a factor like you making him out to be. The March on Washington. Even with King, you have to credit A. Philip Randolph. There is no marching on D.C. without A. Philip Randolph.
I didn't bring up no march on DC. I was talking about the Million Man
You
March.
always talking
Bro,
about
I was talking about the
who you
Million Man
govern
March,
as a
nigga.
million people.
You
Who
in
you
the wrong
govern as a
time
million
zone.
people. All
You
Let
in
him
the
of
finish.
that,
wrong.
Let him finish, Madonna.
all of that is the child of A. Philip Randolph. They bit off of him. There's no getting around it. These people are more important. And just like Psycho was alluding to, if you take Malcolm away, the NOI is not existing in any goddamn Black history book outside of those who take the time to cross the T's and dot every I of Black history. They not a factor
Well,
like you making them out to
well,
be.
you can come up with all the what ifs you want.
There ain't no
If
what if.
Malcolm
That
didn't
is
this
that's
and
a
if
what
Malcolm didn't that.
is. That
But
is
it
the
don't
what
matter. Malcolm
is.
was part of the nation, and Malcolm got his teaching from Elijah
No, he
Muhammad.
didn't.
Yes, he
No,
did,
he
bro.
didn't.
So
Malcolm's own
you
words
can say
is
what you
his
want. Malcolm
sister.
own words
Malcolm's
say he gives
own
credit,
words. This
and
is
if it
once
wasn't from the
again we
most
back at
honorable
the
Elijah
same old
Muhammad
conversation.
giving
We
him the
back at the
true light
same old
and telling him
conversation.
who
He
he
don't
was,
credit
he could
Elijah.
not be
He
Malcolm.
credits his big sister.
All right,
Those
bro.
is his own words. I have
Whatever,
never
man.
been inspired by another human being more than her. Period. That was his sister's doing. It was his siblings that got him into that.
Well, you call it what you want, bro. We know what Malcolm said I was
Who
on
taught
mouth.
Malcolm history?
I know what Malcolm
Who
said I was
taught
on mouth.
Malcolm history? Let's see if you
Nigga,
even know. Who was his private tutor?
nigga, it don't matter who he
Who was
was.
his private? Was
We
it
know
Elijah?
where
He's standing
Malcolm,
on
the
his
birth of
Elijah. Say it's
Malcolm,
Elijah.
where did Malcolm get his name from? Why will you even call
His
him Malcolm?
parents.
Why you call him Malcolm X?
Elijah didn't name him
Where,
Malcolm.
hold on. Why do we call him Malcolm X?
You call him Malcolm X. I call him El Malik Shabazz.
Man, get the hell out of here.
Is that not his name at the time of his death?
Okay, what
Is
did
that
Malcolm
not
do?
his name
What
at
was
the
Malcolm
time of
doing
his
as
death?
El Malik
Is that
Shabazz?
not his
What did, hold
name
on.
at I answered your question, answer mine. Is that
Where
not
did the
his
name
name?
Shabazz
Is
come
that
from?
not his name at the
Where
time of
where
his
did the
death?
name
Is
Shabazz
that
come from?
not his name at the time of his death? I answered your
Okay,
question.
even if
Why is
he
it so
called
hard to
himself that,
answer the
hold
question,
on,
Madon?
I'm answering it. Even if he called himself that, where do you think the name Shabazz came from?
From his religious faith, not
It came
Elijah.
from Elijah Muhammad.
No,
What are
it
you
No, it
talking
didn't. It
came
about,
came
from
from him making
no,
a Hajj to
no,
Mecca.
no. What are you talking about, dude? Elijah
man?
Muhammad
All right,
got the
bro.
copyrighted name Shabazz. What do you mean?
Man, okay,
It's a Muslim name, dog. What do you mean? He took a Muslim name and Elijah didn't give him that name.
okay. Who's the lost tribe of Shabazz?
Oh my goodness. Are you gonna answer who was
Ain't no
his
oh my guess. Answer the question.
Bullshit ass question.
history teacher?
Yo,
Who
V.
was his
Who is the
history
lost
teacher?
tribe of
Who
Shabazz, V?
you keep saying he was taught by Elijah. Who was his personal tutor?
Man, all I need to know is
Come
Malcolm
on, man. You
was
stay
taught
on
by
YouTube.
Elijah
This name
Muhammad,
is
bro.
all over
That was
black
his
YouTube.
teacher.
You can't get away
Malcolm's
from this
teacher was the
man. You
most
should
honorable
know.
Elijah Muhammad.
That goes to
And
show
that's
how
all we
very
need to
little you
know.
know.
And that's what, bro. Listen, all that matters is
Wall
we
Street, you
know
here?
the Malcolm that we know that was
Wall Street, you
fiery,
here?
Malcolm
Before I go
X,
back in this
not
goo.
not Haj Shabazz. We talking about Malcolm X. Malcolm X is who we know, who was part of the Nation of Islam, who got his teaching from. Now,
No, he didn't. Plain and
whatever,
simple.
bro.
He accredited he
You just
accredited
hating,
that
man.
because like Psycho was saying, it's a cult and he's given that contribution to him. Often you'll see this.
Oh,
It's
so you
no, it's no,
you call him
it's
Malcolm dumb?
absolutely
So you call him Malcolm dumb?
what you see is no different than Plato saying all
Oh,
this shit came from
So Malcolm was dumb.
Socrates.
Why do you keep talking over him? God, can you wait till he done?
He did me the same way.
What you saying, Yasser?
What you see is no different than when Plato gives all his ideas contributed being Socrates. It takes the political heat off of you. I'm gonna sit back and say Elijah teaches this all day long, so that heat don't fall on me. But he's also in a cult, so he's just paying homage. You forget that his father was a Garveyite. You forget that he had his own mind. You forget that this man was intelligent. You leave all that out his story. It was his sister and his brothers that told him about the NOI. Malcolm was still in his Black Power shit, even when incarcerated. He was still pursuing knowledge and information. It was his family getting involved in it, and as soon as he got out, they was already telling him, this ain't the move. We was wrong about this. These people ain't what we thought. All this stuff is documented. You can find it.
Man, like I said, bro, Malcolm was on record saying if it wasn't
He's
for
on
Elijah
record
Muhammad,
saying that if it
Malcolm
wasn't
on
for
record.
Elijah
Hold on,
Muhammad, if it
Malcolm is on
wasn't for
record
Elijah
saying if it
Muhammad
wasn't
and
for
his
Elijah
followers
Muhammad,
speaking
he
bad
wouldn't be
about
the
me,
man he
if it
was in
wasn't
that
for
day.
Elijah and Muhammad and his followers speaking
Man,
bad
bro,
about me, they
get out of here,
would
man.
not
You just
have any publicity.
bro, you sound like Cortel Pro, bro. What the fuck? Fuck out of
This
here, bro.
motherfucker. There you go.
Yeah, this nigga
Anyways,
Cortel
who
Pro.
was his history to
But
it?
like I said, man,
Who was his
Malcolm
history
said
to the
Malcolm was on
Madon? You
record,
know so much. Who was his
bro,
history
no,
teacher?
it wasn't that.
Who was his
I don't
history
care who his
teacher?
tutor was, bro. We know who made Malcolm, bro.
It
Malcolm
wasn't
tells us.
Elijah.
Malcolm tells us if it wasn't for Elijah Muhammad, he wouldn't have been the man he was in that day, bro.
That's a
It's on record.
goddamn lie, and Malcolm never said
That's
that.
what
How many
Malcolm
times
said
I
out
got
his
to
own
tell you,
mouth,
silly
nigga.
ass? His sister is the reason why.
Malcolm said that even when he left the nation, Malcolm said that shit. So what are you
No, he
talking about?
didn't. Prove it.
Yeah, it is. Look it up. Look it up.
Prove it.
It's on record.
Prove it.
Well, you can
Prove
look
it.
it
It's
up.
on
After
record.
Malcolm
Prove it.
left the nation, you can see Malcolm saying, if it wasn't for Elijah, he wouldn't be the man he was today. It's on record, bro. Look it up. It's on YouTube.
You telling me what
Prove
a
it.
cult member was saying about a cult leader?
Oh, so Malcolm was that? Y'all think Malcolm was so dumb he was doing a cult? That's what you're telling me.
Bro, what I'm
Malcolm
telling
knew.
you is,
Malcolm was
what I'm
so
telling
smart.
you is,
Malcolm knew what a cult was.
what I'm telling you is, he was in a cult. He realized he was in a cult, and he left that cult before he passed away, and the cult ended up killing him afterwards. I'm saying the cult killed him. That's what I'm saying.
Well, if y'all saying Malcolm was so dumb he didn't know he was in a cult, that's crazy to me. So.
Naive, I wouldn't say dumb. Naive. Cult members are naive, gullible, but not
So you
dumb.
think Malcolm was naive?
You're dumb.
You think Malcolm was
You're
that
dumb.
naive?
But
Come on, bro. No, Malcolm knew what was popping. That's what it was. Malcolm knew
nah, he didn't
he
know
was
what
part
he
of a
knew
nation.
was popping. Stop. Shut up.
Yeah, man. But I got to get up
How
out
did
of here.
Malcolm
We
join
can.
the NOI? How did he join?
Well, I'm gonna have to continue this another day. I got to ride out.
Yeah,
But
that's what I thought.
we know who taught Malcolm. We know who gave
Malcolm, he didn't
him
teach
the name
Malcolm.
Malcolm X.
The
That
things
rings.
Malcolm is famous for has nothing to do with Elijah Muhammad. You telling me what he believes spiritually has nothing to do with what he's famous for. Martin Luther King ain't famous for being a Christian. He's famous for his activism. Malcolm is the same. He's famous for being an orator, speaking out about black issues in this country in real time. That's what he's famous for. He's not famous for talking about motherships.
Well,
he's not famous for talking about he the Asiatic black man. This ain't what the fuck he's famous for.
Well, before I bail out, Martin wasn't assassinated until he met with the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, who gave him the real game, and that's why Martin was probably
No,
assassinated.
stop.
That's what I believe.
Martin,
That's what I believe.
That's what you want to believe. Stokely Carmichael is what flipped Martin Luther King.
I'm just saying, Elijah gave
aka Kwame Ture. It was him. He's the one that flipped Martin and made him start looking more at economic and social issues opposed to just trying to get these silly ass integration shit and everything fucking thing else. He's the one that woke Martin up. Elijah Muhammad ain't shit to do with motherfucking Martin Luther King.
What you mean he met with him?
Elijah Muhammad ain't had shit to do with no Martin. Him meeting him has nothing to do with him having something to do with MLK changing positions and all this other shit, this, that, and third. Stop.
I mean, after he met him, that's what pretty much Martin did.
That ain't what happened, bro. That ain't what the fuck happened. He already was changing when he was in Chicago, and it wasn't over no motherfucking whatchamacallit. Like I said, it was Stokely Carmichael. What do you mean?
Well, Carmichael could have played a part as well. I'm not taking nothing away from Carmichael.
Played a part. It was him. Him. Martin said it himself. Martin said it. You gonna take away? Martin never said Elijah Muhammad made me look at things different. He said Stokely Carmichael made him look at things different. So you gonna say that motherfucking man? He's lying. He's lying.
Stokely learned from Malcolm.
I'm over you, dog. I'm over you.
I'm just saying, man. They was, a lot of them was, gathering ideas from everybody, man. I mean, from a lot of people like Martin. Martin was, he was hearing a lot of people out. That's, he was a great listener. So, I mean, yeah, if Carmichael influenced Martin, hey, kudos. I ain't mad at him. But, I'm just saying things that, I think transpired.
What you want to believe transpired. You, like I said, you recreating history, which makes you a pseudo. But that's what pseudos do.
Nah, man. I'm just saying, Martin. He got a lot of game when he met Elijah. Let him know that
he got spooky, dumbass game that he ain't even die believing. What's your fucking point? Like I said, the shit Malcolm got famous for ain't shit Elijah talk about. It ain't shit he preach.
Well, at the end of the day, man,
Elijah's claim to fame was stumbling across some scamming ass cracker in fucking Detroit. That motherfucker don't know nothing about no damn.
At the end of the day,
he don't know shit about no motherfucking politics, anything about our social issues or any other. It's that he knows the motherfucking black people.
Cap, bro. That's cap.
He know black people were lost as far as who they was and everything else. When I say who they was, I ain't talking spooky shit.
Are you gonna before I bail?
Like not knowing what country we come from in Africa and this, that, and third, not be able to trace our history outside of getting off the slave ship and shit like that. That made black people, still to this day, that makes black people feel uncomfortable not being able to do that. So what motherfuckers do is recreate nonsense and everything else, or they start following nonsense. And this is how motherfuckers ended up getting caught up in all these spooky ass, weird ass, pseudo ass fucking cults, i.e. the Nation of Islam.
Now, before I bail out, are you going to look up that Elijah Muhammad interview I told you about? It's called "The Negro Black Preacher is the Worst Enemy of His People."
What am I looking for?
It's called Elijah Muhammad. The name of it is the Negro Black Preacher is the worst enemy to his people. Now, when you hear that, no, hold on, no, bro, don't let the title fool you. What I'm saying is this:
don't be a Christian, come be a Muslim. It's
bro, shit. It's deeper than that. He talking about, he going to all kinds of stuff, talking about the conditions of black people, all our social ills and all that.
How long is it?
It's like 30 minutes long.
I gotta listen to a whole 30-minute motherfucking shit, though. You got a timestamp or something? Like which part?
I'm in the bill. I was just saying, just check it out. I was just saying, check it out whenever you get a chance.
What's the name of it again? I'm about to find it right
now.
No,
I wasn't saying you got to bring it up tonight. I was just saying you spare time.
I ain't gonna listen to it right now. I'm just saying I'm gonna find it right now.
It's called the Negro Preacher is the worst enemy to his people. The Negro Black Preacher is the worst enemy to his people, and he go into all the social ills that black people,
That's a long ass fucking title.
Oh yeah, that's what they.
That's the name of the goddamn video, I guess.
Yeah. That way.
You said Negro Preacher.
Yeah. The Negro Black. You got black in like parentheses with. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can type it in and pull up. Yeah, the black Negro the Negro Preacher is the worst enemy to his people. And like I said, he's talking about all the social ills that black people going through and all that shit.
I can't find it. Ain't bunch of something.
Well, the name of the channel is called Richmond. Richmond, then EK.
I'm some worshiper.
Well, the name of the channel that put it out is called Richmond EKIYE.
I don't see what you're talking about. I'm looking. I put down Elijah Muhammad, Black Preacher, worst enemy. It ain't popping up.
Yeah, the Negro probably got typed in the Negro Preacher, and then the channel that's on is called Richmond EKIYE.
Okay, I found it.
Okay, cool. All right, but yeah, man, y'all stay up, man. Next time you go live, I'll pull up.
All right, no doubt.
All right, for sure.
Crazy ass nigga. Wall Street, you there? You went to sleep. Wall Street must have went to sleep.
I'm here.
Oh, you there? Oh shit, you was quiet the whole time.
I was just listening.
All right, you on the move?
Nah, I'm home.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Getting ready for this weekend. I got my t-shirts from GQ. I'm outside.
All right. I need, I need to take off tomorrow, do some shit.
My bad for interrupting, but Psycho, I don't even know why y'all entertain that, because even if there was some secret files on Malcolm, Madon would be the very last person to read it.
Yeah,
If ain't nobody making a YouTube video to where he can watch it, he ain't gonna know nothing about it.
I agree. I agree. You're not gonna take time to read all those files, and he ain't gonna see anything in there that's gonna make him feel like he's gonna say it's all cap, because they ain't gonna do nothing but just talk about how what the Nation of Islam did to set Malcolm up.
What's good, Wall Street?
Chilling.
Yeah, Garrett was in Jamaica in 1931 after being deported. Yeah, that's when Detroit. That's when the Nation of Islam had just took off too. What was it? I think it was 31. It got started. I think it was 31. I know they damn near 100 years old. They're approaching 100 years. Ain't did shit in the 100 years. But they claim they for the people, which is all cap. That shit be pissing me off with people like Don, get on my fucking nerve. This myth of how great the Nation of Islam was for black people always annoys the shit out of me. Oh, okay. I see you just put down his pop died at 31. Yeah, that's the same year Nation of Islam started. It was 31. What y'all in here arguing about?
Garfield interviewed somebody on the show that did a lot of research on Fard Muhammad and was pulling a lot of shit out. I think him and Robborn did a dual interview with the dude. I think the
Mm-hmm.
dude later on went on and did some racist shit or discovered saying some racist type shit on his personal channel. And I think that's where that conversation kind of ended. Don't quote me on that, but they did bring out a lot of stuff as far as recovering his true identity and tracking his biography down.
Oh yeah,
It's just years since went over that information.
yeah. He had about 9 different identities and shit. Um, all the way. You got rumors that he was. The common consensus is he was birthed in Oregon. That's the common consensus. Now, uh, but you still got people out there that'll say he was born in California. As he got he they got documents of him being in Oregon because he has so many aliases. That's why this shit's so hard to track. But Oregon, North Cali, South Cali. Then from there, obviously Detroit and Chicago. And all these places, he got different names, different backstories. So it was very hard to keep up with him. I believe he was still living all the way up to the 70s. I can't prove that, but I got evidence to attempt to support it. But yeah, I believe he was alive all the way up to the 70s. He just went underground and just let Elijah run shit. But he was behind the scenes pulling strings, though. That's what I believe. I don't think he fully disappeared. I think that motherfucker just got in the cut because he was good at dipping off and just disappear and make himself. You know what I mean? All the name changing and everything else. I think he just changed his name again, got underground, and just chilled and let Elijah run everything. And he just reaped all the benefits.
Yeah, we got enough heroes of our own for me to have wasted time studying the other.
Yeah,
Shouts out to the ones who do it, but there's too many of our own and pieces of our own story that I'm still trying to unpack.
yeah, yeah. I researched that motherfucker. I ain't gonna stunt you. I researched that motherfucker because it was just it was fascinating when I found out. And I found this out when I was younger and shit. My pops had put me on and shit. And then I found out I was younger that a cracker started the Nation of Islam. That shit sounded crazy to me. And I was like, hold up, cracker started the nation? Wait, they talk about the white man's God and everything. I mean, the white man's the devil and the black man's God and this, that, third, whoop de whoop. I was like, yeah, I know them. That's why I always tell you they full of shit. The whole motherfucking white boy started that shit. I was like, I was crazy. And then when I got a little bit older and started researching on my own about Nation of Islam, I started hearing more. The more I was hearing about the Nation of Islam historically, the more I wanted to like look into this shit, like just to see if all this shit I'd be hearing is true. And yeah, that shit was true. Like I started doing my own independent researching and everything, trying to find anything I could find. It was hard back in the '90s and shit, going through fucking trying to go through old articles and shit like that. There wasn't a whole lot of articles written about the motherfucker. No books about them. So it really wasn't a whole lot there for me to find back in the '90s. It wasn't until I was online till I really was able to unpack every fucking thing with this motherfucker. But back in the '90s, that shit was rough. It really wasn't a whole lot there. There's
Yeah,
rumors the motherfucker actually was here in Newark at one point in time. I don't know how true that is. I never was able to find anything to back that up.
yeah, this internet is a game changer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the first time I seen his, that more popular image of him where he's got that side view. I looked at him and was like, "Who the hell is this Chinese motherfucker?" And just kept pushing.
Judah, I never said I was born an atheist. That is not even a thing. I don't even believe that. I don't think it's a such thing as a motherfucker being born an atheist. I I hear people make that. I hear atheists make that argument. I don't like that argument. I don't think that's. I think that's a bad way of looking at things. Uh, you can't be an atheist is a rejection of a claim. You can't be born with a rejection of a claim. You have to have actual knowledge of the claim before you reject it, right? So to say that somebody is born an atheist is just as ridiculous as somebody saying somebody's born with the belief in a God. Both things are ridiculous. You're not born with a claim. God is a claim, right? You're making a claim with God. You're not born with that claim. You discover this claim and you choose to either believe it or disbelieve it. And that's when you become either a theist or an atheist or agnostic or whatever. I would say the default position would be agnostic because you have no knowledge of a God. You have absolutely no knowledge of a God. So if anything, you can argue that babies are born agnostic, and I would make that argument. Everybody was born agnostic. We all was agnostic at one point until we was told about a God, and then then your theological position starts to form from there. Either you believed it or you questioned it, or you didn't believe it, whatever.
Hey, Psycho, I think you may have fell asleep when it was revealed to me about the Taz and Fire debate coming up. But
Yeah.
since it's close and it kind of goes into your home state, are you close to where Colonel Ty was, and do they big him up there?
Who?
Colonel Ty, the black brother that was at New Jersey that fought for the British.
That's close to the South Jersey. That's close to the Philly down there. Um, yeah, I know you're talking about it. That's close to Philly down there. But yeah, we got a lot. They talk about a lot of Revolutionary War history out here. Definitely, definitely. We got taught that shit at nauseum. Uh, when they got museums, all types of shit out here. Which goes to, like, yeah, that we learned more about the Revolutionary War than the Civil War out here.
I
If you
can
go to the
imagine.
South, that's different.
I can imagine that.
Yeah, the South is different. I know the South, the Civil War is the biggest war they probably taught in elementary, all the way up to like even the high school. I would say from K through 12. Probably that probably was the main war they focused on.
Not so much into their lane of what they're going to debate, but due to the fact they, are heavy emphasizing the Revolutionary War, have you picked up anything that's not commonly taught to the public, or let's just say through public education graduates about the Revolutionary War?
Did I learn anything outside of school about Revolution?
Well, I'm just saying, being up there, is there something that you would say that most people don't know that you was taught in your journey?
Oh, off top of my head, I'm not sure because um, but I'm sure off top of my head, I'm sure I could think of something. I mean, not off top of my head, but I'm sure I could think of something. I know most people learn surface level knowledge about the Revolutionary War. They learn about Paul Revere and all. The Minutemen, the Boston Tea Party. George Washington. The crossing of the Delaware. They learn about surface level knowledge, stuff like that. But yeah, certain battles and everything else, and certain tribes that was messing that helped during all this. It wasn't just black people up here, like Christmas addicts and stuff like that. It was also some natives too. Um, yeah, like that's another thing. We got a lot of native. Obviously, we got a lot of old Native American history up here too. But yeah, I know you're deep with Native American history out in Oklahoma. We got a
Yeah.
lot. We got a
Well,
lot out here too. Yeah.
that's a good segue, because one of the things that and I got to do more research into it, but one of the causations that I'm starting to look at that historians are exploring regarding the Revolutionary War and the causation
Mm-hmm.
wasn't necessarily Parliament or taxation. It was the colonialists wanting to expand west and start breaking into
Yeah.
Indian land, and that's
Yes.
often left out.
Yes. That was
And
also a major role as well.
and
Yeah.
it didn't hit me, but when it did, it hit me like a ton of bricks, as they say. Just look at the name when they call themselves continentalist.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm trying to say? Like
They,
they already thinking, especially George Washington,
they,
expanding west
the,
and capitalizing.
the only the only issue they had was that was French territory at the time, and They was cool with the French. Actually, they wouldn't have won the Revolutionary War without the French, because this country didn't have, at the time, the colonies, they didn't have any motherfucking navy. You know, there's the British colonies. There's British colonies, so their navy was the British Navy. That was their navy. But then when they, you know, they pick up the war, they pick up arms to go to war with the British. Now they lost their navy. They don't have no navy, and that now their navy done turned on them, and they firing cannons from, you know what I mean, from all the way out in the water. They can't reach them, but they can reach them, right? So they had issues, and they was getting their ass whooped for a while. But France, seeing an opportunity, because they, you know, France and Britain was beefing for a while at this point. You know, they beefing, so they see an opportunity here to you know, stir it up. Like, oh wait, it's some drama going on over here. You know, let me see if I can go over here, throw some gasoline on this fire. Like, okay, well, if these motherfuckers break away from America, that'll weaken the British Empire. So they joined the America, and they became the French. You gave America their navy, and the French was out there clapping on the British in the seas or whatever, out in the ocean and shit, out in the Atlantic, and that's what evened everything up, because now the British had to go on ground, and when they got on ground, now they, you know, even playing field, and not to mention the people of the colonies, they knew the land better, whereas the Brits didn't know the land better than they did. So that's the issue. That's the issue anytime you're invading foreign ground, right? Anytime you're invading a foreign country and you putting boots on their ground, you got to understand you're on foreign territory, and they know that landscape better than you. There's traps everywhere. They got ambushes waiting for you everywhere. You ain't going to ever see it coming, because, again, this is their territory. And that's what happened over here. Same shit.
Yeah, you don't run up in nobody's house at night in the dark and think you just gonna make it unscathed.
Right.
That's foolish thinking.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So without the French, this ain't a country, right? So when they did break away, they wasn't going to sit up here and pick a fight with the France or whatever. They was cool with France at the time. So they didn't want to ruffle any feathers. You know, that's their territory. That's cool. They don't leave us alone. They let us rock, and they was good with it. You know, they had trade going on with them and everything. It wasn't until like 1812 where shit started to go south again. Like, but what you call it? Then the British didn't. That's what 1812. That's how that whole shit started. Was trade. France and Britain beefing, and neither one wanted America to do trade with either one of them motherfuckers. We go to do trade with Britain, France mad. The motherfuckers started picking off ships, going over there to trade with Britain, and vice versa. Motherfuckers picking off ships, going over here trying to trade with France. Britain, that's what caused the whole war right there. Was they robbed the ship, and I can't remember if they sunk it. I don't remember if they sunk the ship or not or whatever, but I know they definitely ran up in the ship and robbed them. And that they was on their way to France to do some trade, and that's what kicked up the war 1812, started that beef back up with Britain. But that was all due to beef that was other beefs that America got drawn into. That was a beef with France and Britain that was still ongoing.
I'm listening to you, Psycho. I'm just busy at work, bro.
Oh no, you good. Term American was used exclusively to describe the indigenous people of America, referred to as Aboriginals or copper color. Oh fuck, Kurt, them FBA circles got your mind fucked up. At no point in time were people in this country called Aboriginals, right? They was never called Aboriginals over here. Let's get that part clear. They also was never called copper colored. They was never called copper colored. I don't. What do you mean? That's not true. And even if that was true, y'all kill me when y'all say that, because when y'all say that, y'all don't even understand what copper actually looks like. Because if you knew what copper looked like, you would not be associating yourself with the term copper. Because ain't no Negroes copper. What are we talking about? Well, maybe some Negroes might be copper. The average Negro ain't copper though. When y'all say copper, y'all motherfuckers are thinking about a dusty ass dirty penny. That's what y'all motherfuckers are thinking about when y'all hear about copper. Google what copper is. Google what copper is. You don't. I can tell you, but Google the definition of copper and tell me what it says. I can tell you if you don't feel like typing though. But do me a favor, Google that. What real copper look like. Don't tell me no penny. Don't tell me no penny. Because that's what y'all think of. That's what y'all start showing me, a penny. I'll tell you what it is because you take it too long. Copper is a yellowish tint, right? No, it's a yellowish color. A yellowish color with a slightly red tint. That's what it is. It's a yellowish color with a slightly red tint. That's not a dark, dusty penny that y'all motherfuckers keep running around here trying to say we are. Y'all keep trying to make us Abraham Lincoln. Y'all got to chill out. Right. That's not copper. We are not copper colored. First of all, and that's the first thing. Second thing is, show me motherfuckers calling black people copper colored. Can you source that? Can you source that? Can you like show me motherfuckers calling people copper colored? I mean, Christopher Columbus journals. You can go through that. Go read Christopher Columbus journal on, I think it was October 12th, I want to say. I think it's October 12th. Go to October 12th, 1492, and read Christopher Columbus journal and tell me what is it that he said on that day. October 12th, 1492. Christopher Columbus journal. Tell me what he said on that day. Can you do that? You can find it online. It's free. Tell me what it said, because you listen to engine babble. This is typical engine babble nonsense that been debunked for well over 10 years. And y'all, people like yourself who just discovers this new information, think you discovered some hot shit. I'm letting you know this shit is all bullshit. But hey, if you want to believe it, you want to believe you're a Homo erectus from Australia that's being called copper 500 years ago, then I mean, by all means, go on and believe that. It's a cool story. Cool story. You're Aboriginal. You're Australian, right? You're Australian. You're a copper-colored Australian that's always been here since Pangea. It's a cool story. Not historically or scientifically accurate, but cool story nonetheless. But that's all it is, a goddamn story.
I had to ask this to an elbow a couple of days ago. If they always been here, don't that put them outside the human race? Wouldn't it make them something else?
If what?
If they always been here, because then they not part of the human tree. They something else.
Yeah, that. And how did they get here? But then every time
Right.
I ask them that, most of them will try to run to the Pangea shit. That's what most of them would do, try to explain it. All humans started at this point, and then, you know, all the shit broke off, and they ended up stuck on this island called Turtle Island. And you know, that's how they got here. We was all together at one point. It broke off, and then they had an ethnogenesis on Turtle Island after it broke off from Pangea. This is the weird logic that they use. They say Moors were frequently described as Moors. That's what Christopher Columbus saw when he got here. Christopher Columbus got here and saw Moors. Can you show me? Can you go to October 12th, 1492, Christopher Columbus journal? And can you show me him saying that he saw some goddamn Moors on them Canary Islands? I was like that motherfucker said they saw some, we said Moors. They saw some Moroccans. That's what they saw? Okay. Othello, Shakespeare wrote about it. Shakespeare wrote about Christopher Columbus seeing some Australians on Canary Island with moccasins. Are you shitting me? Shakespeare wrote about this? That's wild. Othello too? Okay. I thought Othello was too busy making board games to be dealing with any Moroccans out in the Canary Islands, but okay. I'm just saying. Who wrote about Moors? Christopher Columbus wrote about Moors in the Canary Islands? That's funny, man. Y'all motherfucker. This is what FBA does to people. This is why I say, boy, y'all motherfucker. It's nothing good about that goddamn ideology. I promise you that. Yeah, y'all Negroes. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I know what I know. I know what I know. People don't believe me, but I'm just saying I see things. This pro-American stuff, this stuff is a gateway, bro. This shit is a gateway. Motherfuckers start that pro-American stuff. Next thing you know, motherfuckers start talking different. This shit is the gateway, bro. I'm telling you, this pro-American shit is a bad mix with black people. Like, black people and pro-America don't mix well. That shit is a bad mix. Okay, yeah, damn. I just ain't like, fuck that, man. I just want to be here forever. I want to be here like we always been here. I want to go back to the good old days. That's just wild. I promise you, y'all stories sound crazier than the real ones. As bad as those real stories make y'all feel and trigger y'all and make y'all lose y'all shit and start screaming how they all lies and everything else, as bad as those stories make y'all feel, them pseudo stories y'all make up, them shits be fucked up, yo. I would never trade the real story for y'all pseudo stories at all. Like them shits would not make me feel good. I don't know how those pseudo stories make y'all feel good. I don't, like, y'all minds work a little bit different, I guess, because I know y'all create this pseudo stuff, right? Like, y'all create this pseudo stuff because the pseudo shit feels better than the real shit, right? The real shit don't taste good. Everything else, y'all like, fuck that. I need I need some sugar in my shit. I need some sugar. I need some sugar and some motherfucking cream. I can't drink this coffee black. I can't drink this coffee black. I don't like black coffee. I gotta water my shit down. I gotta integrate my coffee. I need some cream. I need some sugar in my shit. A whole bunch of sugar up in my shit. Pause. And then you drink your shit, and then y'all, but fuck that. No, baby. I'm sorry. No. I don't know how y'all do that shit, dog. Like y'all just start putting all this extra shit up in there, man. Instead of drinking that shit black, drink it black. Take it black, man. Drink it black. That's the best way to understand things, dog. Second, you start trying to put all this extra shit up in there, man. That's when y'all, you know what I mean? Y'all gonna start talking crazy. Y'all gonna get these sugar rushes. And then when you get these sugar rushes off all that damn sugar you done dumped up in that motherfucking coffee, you know what I mean? Now your mind's racing, you know what I mean? And shit's on overdrive now because you got that sugar rush. And this is when the pseudos start coming out. I mean, like, y'all gotta stop this, man. That shit is weird. That shit don't, no. Oh, y'all just be wanting to feel good, man. I'll be listening to these stories. I'll be like, man, that shit sound crazy. So you telling me that we have possession of these books that supposed to be the instruction manual for all mankind, and we had knowledge of all these ancient civilizations that had all this secret hidden knowledge and alien technology, and we had motherfucking islands. We had islands that were grand and very prosperous that just sunk underwater. They just sunk underwater, and the people just made mermaids. And then you telling me that we was always on a landmass, and then so Krakens came over here and just punked us out of our land with a pencil and paper, and then kicked our ass, scalped us, and then wiped our memory clean, and we don't even remember that we was Egyptians and chiefs and Atlanteans and Hebrews, and like that white man. I'm telling you, son, the cracker in the conscious community, that cracker in the conscious community is a motherfucking deity, dog. He is either a mutant or he is a fucking deity. He has to be. That is the only way this motherfucker gets it. These motherfuckers literally are saying he's Professor X. He is Professor X. This motherfucker got the ability to just wipe our minds clean, and we just forget everything that happened to us, everything we are, and all this other. Like he got that telekinesis shit going on, and he's fucking with us. That motherfucker is either a deity or a fucking mutant. You motherfuckers, I swear, like I said, in the conscious community, these motherfuckers think the white man is God. I promise you, he has to be God to pull off the bullshit you motherfuckers be saying that cracker be pulling off. I be sitting here telling y'all motherfuckers that cracker ain't as bad as y'all motherfuckers make him out to be. He really ain't that. You know, like the motherfucker is human, right? Like, let's get this clear. He's not a fucking mutant, right? He's not a fucking mutant. Motherfucker, he wasn't born with those special powers. Say Professor X, motherfucker. The motherfucker ain't in our heads like that. Let's get this clear. He ain't that. And the motherfucker damn sure ain't no motherfucking deity that's birthing shit. He did birth you pseudos. And I'm trying to abort you motherfuckers. I'm trying to abort the pseudos. We gotta get the pseudo information out of here. We gotta get all this fuck shit. I'm over it. I'm over all the pseudo shit. Y'all motherfuckers gotta stop this. This feel goodery. This shit is dumbing our people down. My people just stuck in space time and shit. Motherfuckers, these cosmology ass niggas. I just like I was over it. I motherfucking shit. God damn, you sucking pseudos. Pseudos that drove me nuts. Pseudos done drove me nuts. Y'all motherfuckers, god damn. I just be wanting to talk real history too. It's so much real history to talk about. Like I'm a whole history buff over here. I love talking about history. It's so much dope history out here motherfuckers be talking about. And motherfuckers rather make up shit. Motherfuckers rather make up shit. Or muddy the waters with nonsense. Like that shit be frustrating. That shit be frustrating as fuck. Now we got here motherfuckers ahistorical version of history. And motherfuckers who are history buff, that drive me crazy. You tell me everything I learned was a lie, nigga? Really? You tell me I ain't deserve those A's I got, motherfucker? That's what you trying to tell me? Now you trying to undermine my achievements. You know what I mean? I bust my ass to get those A's. No, I'm lying. I ain't bust my ass to get those A's. Those A's actually came pretty easy, but I'm gonna be real. A's came pretty easy. That's because I was a history buff my whole life. I was a motherfucking 3-year-old motherfucker sit right there on my grandmother's lap and just listen to her tell me old ass fucking stories. I was always an old soul. I always wanted to know what the fuck happened before I was around. That was always me. What the fuck happened before I was breathing? I felt like I missed shit. You know what I mean? I always felt like I missed out on something. I was a little kid. As a little kid, I always felt like I missed out on something, or I'm missing out on something, or whatever the case may be. Very nosy, aka inquisitive. They like to say inquisitive. I was nosy. Some people say inquisitive because that's the proper term to say for kids. Fuck that. I was nosy as fuck. Same shit, motherfucker. I was nosy as fuck. I wanted to know what the fuck was going on. What the fuck happened here? Why does this building look like this? Did this building always look like this? How long was this here? Was you living here when this was around? Was you around? Was you living when this went on? I watch black and white motherfucking movies. Still will watch a black and white movie. No issues, no nothing. I was an old soul. So being that means history is something that always gravitated to me. I always gravitated to history. And I had an aunt who was all about black people. All about black people. And she was a fucking history teacher. And she lived in the house. So, yeah. She made sure she kept my mind well fed. The Bible and Psychos, the living room had a hole in it. No, it didn't. Yeah, my mom's ain't no Bible thumper. And when I was born, like my pops is a Bible thumper now. When I was born, my pops wasn't Bible thumping. My pops wasn't Bible thumping. He believed in it. My pops always believed in the Bible. That I will say. He always believed in the Bible, but he was not a Bible thumper, and he'll tell you this himself. My pops will tell you. He wasn't no born-again Christian until the 80s, nigga. My pops didn't become born-again in the late 80s when my pops became born-again Christian. My pops, when I was born, my pops was not no born-again Bible-thumping Christian. That is not what the fuck he was doing. My pops became born-again Christian, I want to say late 80s, early 90s, around that time. My mom's agnostic. My mom ain't never was a Bible thumper. I never remember my mom's ain't never woke me up one morning and said, let's go to church. Said never. Said my mom's never. I've never seen my mom's go to church. Ever. in life. I've never seen my mom go to church. My mom's agnostic. She's not an atheist, but she's totally agnostic. Y'all here talking about fuck. Y'all done got Buddha in here talking about Shakespeare and Othello. Blame Kirk. Blame Kirk. Y'all got Buddha in here in his bag. A lot of these Negroes failed English class, psycho. Shit, I failed English class a couple of times. I told you, Buddha, English is my worst motherfuckers. I hated English. I hated English more than I did good in everything. History was my best subject. Motherfucking math, I did good. I did good in science. You get me the motherfucking English. I hated English. I hated fucking English. I hated English. English is one class I couldn't stand that motherfucker. I'm gonna keep it a bucket with your booty. I tell you that all the time. I failed that motherfucker a couple times. History is easy as fuck for me. English was annoying. Like I said, science, I love science. So I was all into science. Math was easy for me. Math was easy. History was easy, but I got passion for it. So I actually love history because I got passion for it. But it was easy in school and shit. I didn't have issues with history at all. I ain't have issues with science. I love science. So I got, so I was paying attention in science class. I did real good in science. Math was easy. Math was just something to do. Like just give me the fucking problems and I'll solve it and be done with it. It was just, let's hurry up and be done with this shit. You know what I mean? Like, I ain't have a passion for math. I was decent in math, but I ain't have a passion for it though. I did have a passion for science, biology mainly. Still to this day, biology is my favorite field in science. But yeah, but I did love the stars too. I love the cosmology. I was into the stars and shit like that. I love that shit. I used to want to be an astronaut when I was a fucking toddler. That was the first job I said I wanted. I found out being an astronaut was a job. I was like, oh, that's a job? People get paid for that? Like, yeah, you get paid a lot of money for doing that. Oh, I want to do that. That's what I want to be. I want to be an astronaut. Go to the goddamn stars. You couldn't pay me to go to the fucking stars now. I was young and dumb back then. You couldn't pay me to get on one of them goddamn rockets now, motherfucker. Shit, 1986, motherfucker, that shit changed, nigga. I wasn't talking that astronaut shit no more after 1986. That goddamn shuttle blew the fuck up on fucking TV. I was watching that shit live in my classroom. I saw that fucking shuttle blow the fuck up. All that astronaut dream shit went out the fucking window. Fucking astronaut. I think I like the Earth a little bit. I think I like the Earth a little bit more now. I think I want to stay on this Earth. It's Psycho. I'm watching black and white movies right now, old Negro style. Yeah, I like old. Listen, man, like young motherfuckers today couldn't watch a black and white movie without losing their shit. I grew up watching black and white movies. I used to watch serials. I used to love watching serials. Young motherfuckers probably don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. But I used to love watching serials and shit. I would watch silent movies. I watch silent movies, man. I watched all that Charlie Chaplin bullshit and everything else. I watched a bunch of his movies. I ain't see Birth of the Nation until later on in life. I saw it, but that's another silent movie. People don't even know people talk about Birth of a Nation. I don't know how many people know that's actually a silent movie, but yeah, but I saw that. I ain't see it when I was younger because that shit I don't remember it airing. If it did air when I was younger, I didn't know or care enough about it to watch it. But once I got older and knew what the movie was, I went back and went and watched it. But yeah, I watched old black. I used to watch silent movies. Like I watched the first Dracula movie. That was a silent movie. The very first Dracula movie with the ball. I know Buddha knows about that. With the bald head, the Dracula with the bald head and the pointy ears and shit. That old silent movie. Watched that shit a bunch of times. Frankenstein wasn't a silent movie, but I used to watch the old Frankenstein movie. That wasn't silent though. I used to like all that old horror shit, all that old black and white horror shit with Bela Lugosi and Boris Karloff and Lon Chaney and Lon Chaney Jr. And yeah, I used to watch all those old black and white horror flicks and everything else. You know, all the Frankenstein this and the Jekyll and Hyde, the Invisible Man, you know, Werewolf, Wolfman, or whatever the fuck. Yeah, like I used to watch all that shit. Vincent Price, yeah, I used to watch Vincent Price, that shit too. Yeah. So I was a young old head. I mean, I used to watch all the old head shit. Like I said, that shit. I wasn't one of these these young motherfuckers today. They don't respect old shit, right? Like they be shitting on old shit, right? Like they be, oh man, y'all old, man. That shit old, man. That shit old as fuck, man. Nobody give a fuck about that shit. That shit old, man. Don't nobody care about that. Now, that's these motherfuckers' attitudes. That wasn't my attitude when I was young. You know what I mean? When I was fucking, I mean, I'm talking about from the time, as long as I can remember, I ain't never been a motherfucker that shitted on. I used to see old shit and thought it was some hot shit, right? Like I used to look at the old shit like that was the good shit, like because like you know like oh shit, motherfuckers don't know about this. I thought I was getting like I looked at old shit like it was exclusives, right? And you know maybe that's what it is. You know what? That's probably what it is. It probably just hit me. I think the internet killed that shit. I think the internet killed that because when I used to look at old shit when I was younger, and I used to look at old shit, I used to look at it like it was exclusives, right? Like this exclusive shit. And reason why it was exclusive because I knew other kids my age either didn't see this or I ain't up on it or whatever because it's some old shit. And you know, it was like, you know, there's some shit like you get a one up on your friends or whatever. You know something they don't know. Right? Like, so you got some exclusive shit going on that you know about that they don't know. You had that whole element going on, right? Now with the internet, motherfucker, the exclusive shit is done. Right? They know about exclusive. Like this old shit, like you're not discovered like cause when like back then, if you peep some old shit on like a PBS channel or some shit, you know what I mean? Some old ass black and white Flash Gordon type shit, some Flash Gordon fucking cereal or something. I ain't talking about the food cereal either, y'all. Anyways, a Flash Gordon joint, right? Show. I'll just say show. Flash Gordon show, black and white, and you watch this shit. All right, all your friends didn't watch that shit, and if they didn't see it, they missed it. Like they ain't no rewind. You can't give them a link, right? Ain't no dropping the link. Yo, I just saw this old Flash Gordon shit. That shit was kind of dope. Hey, check this link out. You can't do that, right? Like, so you had to watch it in real time, right? You had to watch it in real time, and you had to make sure, you know, if you didn't see it, you just missed it. So you know, you had that whole exclusive shit going on. And I don't know if that plays a role, but I'm just thinking maybe it does. Because that's how I kind of looked at it when I used to look at all that old shit. I used to look at it like, you know, like I'm watching some shit that, you know, older motherfuckers know about that, you know what I mean, that they fucked with back then that my friends ain't up on, right? You know, so that's kind of a lot of shit. I used to look at it a lot like that and shit. But now that element is gone, motherfucker. That element is gone now with the internet. You know, like the information ain't exclusive as it used to be. back then, if you went to a library and found the dope book or something and read some hot shit in this book, that's exclusive information back then. Everybody didn't have that book or access to that book. Now, yeah, shit, information, everybody got it now. It ain't too exclusive like it used to be. Like the exclusiveness is gone. Let's see, is there somewhere I can stream Dallas? I was a kid, but I remember being in my house. Yeah. Oh, I remember Dallas. I don't know about if you could find it. You might be able to find it on YouTube. Who knows? They might have it right here on YouTube. Check. But that shit, I remember that shit in real time. Yeah, my moms love fucking Dallas. My mom's Dallas, Dynasty, and what's the other one? Deb said it the other day. Knots Landing. Yeah, those. Yeah. My mom's liked all that shit. My mom wasn't too much into the daytime shit because she used to work. So she ain't used to be into the daytime shit, but she definitely was into the nighttime. So it wasn't an Psycho. The movie was with the ball vampire. No, the ball vampire. That was Dracula. What are you talking about? The ball? No, silent movie with the ball vampire with the pointy ears. That was the first Dracula movie. Motherfucker look crazy. Let me see if I can punch it. Let me see if I can find this shit. That shit was a silent film. That shit was silent. And he walking around creeping. Silent movie. Yeah, Dracula. Yeah, it's called Dracula's Death. Dracula's Death. That's the name of it. Let me see if I can find it. Where that shit go? Where's the images of it? Hold up. Wait. Hold up. Buddha might be right. Buddha might just cook me. Hold up. How is this the first? Wait, hold up. Is this the first? Okay, this ain't American. This is Austria. Okay, this is Austria. I'm talking about American, motherfucker. Why y'all give me this bullshit? I asked for American. These motherfuckers gave me America, motherfucker. God damn it. Don't give me that tether ass movie. I asked for America. Here we go. What is it? This ain't it. Hold up. Is Buddha right? That was a goddamn. I could have sworn. Well, hold up. Is Buddha right? I'll be damned if Buddha ain't right. Motherfucking Buddha book reading ass motherfucker. Yeah, Buddha book reading ass motherfucker. This shit was Dracula than a motherfucker to me. As a kid, this shit was Dracula than a motherfucker. But you're right. This shit is called Nos Free 2 or something. Well, the fuck this shit is called. But this is what I was talking about. You're right. This is exactly what I was talking about. I'll be damned. Buddha was correct. Let me I shouldn't have questioned this book reading ass nigga. Let me see. There you go. That's him creeping up the stairs. I remember that scene. And there go the bald head, funny looking motherfucker right there. That's him. Yeah, this shit was called Nuts Fruit 2. Yeah, on everything I love, I always thought this shit was called Dracula. Okay. All right. Yeah, but I've seen this joint a bunch of times. And always thought the movie was called Dracula. But yeah, that shit came out in 1922. Silent film. Bela Lugosi will always be like the prototype Dracula. Like when I think of Dracula, the first motherfucker it's Bela Lugosi. Bela Lugosi is Dracula in my head. Like if motherfuckers say, what's the first image you think of when you think of Dracula? It's gonna be Bela Lugosi. It's gonna be Bela Lugosi, hands down. There is no, like, he is the quintessential Dracula. Like, voice, attitude, persona, the whole look of him, everything else, pause, all that. That Bela Lugosi, quintessential Dracula. There is no other, like, he's the best Dracula. Hands down, not even close. Not even close. Let me see if I find Bela Lugosi. Where Bela Lugosi at? He had the first Dracula movie. Okay. He had the first Dracula movie. And that was 1931. One second. Yep, there you go. Motherfucker. There you go. Well, I got y'all. Y'all got me up here digging up old ass black and white crackers. All right. There you go, right there. That's always going to be Dracula in my head. That's always going to be Dracula in my head. I don't give a fuck with nobody. Like, this is Dracula. This is him. It ain't going to be like, if another motherfucker want to play Dracula, this is who they gotta emulate. They gotta embody Bela Lugosi. He's him. This motherfucker played in about 13 different Dracula movies. He ain't just playing one. He played a whole shitload of them motherfuckers. And yeah, he's the quintessential Dracula. If we on talk hard, don't get me started on these horror films. I used to love horror films as a kid, I'm telling you, and monster flicks. And the monster flicks, I was into all that too. You know, the King Kong, Godzilla, Gamera, Mega Godzilla. You know what I mean? What's the other motherfucking Mothra? What's the other motherfuckers' names? Don't get me started. I used to love that shit. Y'all taking me back to my childhood right now. What? I used to be the shit. Sit up there. Everybody. I don't know how it was in Chicago or Atlanta or Oklahoma or wherever y'all at outside the Northeast. I don't know where y'all's at, but if you in the Northeast, you already, and you of my age, you know, every fucking Thanksgiving, you had a King Kong Godzilla marathon going the fuck on every fucking Thanksgiving. Thursday, they would run. On Thursday they'll run King Kong all day long, marathon, right? From sun up to sun down. They run the King Kong joints all day on fucking Thursday, right? All the King Kong movies, and then on Friday they would run all the Godzilla movies all motherfucking day long, and everything else. Had that bitch running. This is every Thanksgiving weekend. And they had a whole marathon out this bitch. I used to love that shit. Watch that shit all the way up to football start. Watch the football games, go right back to motherfucking marathon. And they always ended with Godzilla versus King Kong. That was always the last one. The very last one they showed on like Friday night. King Kong was traumatizing. Tap. Spectre Man. You never watched any of that shit? You missed out on the Godzilla movies, dog. Godzilla movies was everything for 70s babies, 60s and 70s babies. Oh, that Godzilla was everything, nigga. Godzilla was that motherfucker. You crazy? Shit. Psycho, have you ever been Bugsy Malone? Or have I seen Bugsy Malone with Scotty Baio and Jodie Foster? Nah. I don't think so. Not off the top of my head. If I did, I don't remember. Scott Baio. Was that something recent or is it something old? Scott Baio, it gotta be. It's from the 80s up. Scott Baio wasn't even. Well, maybe 70s. It could have been the 70s. Scott Baio ain't started acting to the 70s. So, 82, 83. Okay. Yeah, I said it had to been like. I said he ain't started acting till like the 70s. So let's see. He must have been a little kid. He must have been a real little kid in that movie. Well, actually, no, he was about teenage years, about 82. He was like a teenager around that time, so he probably wasn't real little. He probably was like a teenager. Oh, they were kids playing gangsters? Okay. Planet of the Apes. I didn't understand Planet of the Apes when I was younger. I didn't appreciate Planet of the Apes until I got a little bit older. When I turned into a teenager, I went and rewatched Planet of the Apes as a teenager. I appreciated it a whole lot more. When I saw it when I was real little, like when I was like in elementary school and shit like that, I ain't get it. A bunch of gorillas walking around talking. Well, okay, what is going on? Like I was confused. I didn't understand the politics of all of it, right? Like I had to get a little bit more mature. And then when I got a little bit more mature, I understood the deeper meaning behind the movie, right? Because, when you're a little kid, you don't understand the deeper meaning that comes with Planet of the Apes. But when I got a little bit older, a little bit more mature, and I kind of understood the concept a little bit more, and then I got the deeper meaning of what it actually they talking about. Yeah, that shit. Yeah, Planet of the Apes is deep. It got. I thought it kind of got stupid after a while. Once you start dealing with anything with time travel, shit starts getting a little bit weird, and they kind of fell into the same trap that the MCU is currently going through, where all this time travel kind of fucking shit up. That's kind of what happened with Planet of the Apes after a while. Like, okay, all this time traveling, like, all right, I got to slow down. What's going on? I watched the reboot of Planet of the Apes first, then watched the original. All my favorite. Yeah, the original. You got to see the originals. The reboot is all right, but it doesn't really do the originals. You got to really get the concept, everything. You got to watch the first 1, 2, 3, 4. The first original 4 Planet of the Apes. If you really want to get the full concept, you got to watch the first 4. If I ain't mistaken, it was Planet of the Apes. Then there's the corny one. The second one's kind of corny, but whatever. The second one, you still got to watch it because you got to follow along with the story. The third one, that's when it started getting deep. Then there was the fourth one. Yeah, you got to watch the fourth one. The fifth one, and you got to at least watch 4. You got to watch the first 4. The fifth one, you could watch it. I guess you probably want to watch it, but that's like it's kind of lackluster compared to the first 4. But yeah. The first one's the best. Yeah, I agree. The first one's the best. Nah, the newer ones ain't better than the older ones. The newer ones, I'll say they did an okay job. Like I don't want to shit on the newer ones because out of all the reboots, and they reboot damn near everything, they actually didn't do a bad job with Planet of the Apes. Like it was one of the better ones that they actually rebooted. Out of all the things they rebooted, it actually is one of the better ones. So I don't really want to shit on it too bad. I don't think it was. I still don't think it was better than the originals though. But the reboots wasn't bad. It wasn't bad.
That Mark Wahlberg reboot was pure trash, though.
You ain't like it.
The only thing good about it was old girl looked like Michael Jackson.
I didn't even know it was. I don't know. Oh no, shit! It was five on the original, I believe. It was you had the first one, then you had the second one where they blew up every goddamn thing, and then the third one was when they showed motherfuckers travel back in time, and then Caesar was born, and then the fourth one was when Caesar first was get older, or whatever, and they was in that was Escape. I think that one was the Escape of Planet Apes, and he broke everybody out, and this is when the apes started to take over. The apes started to take over in the fourth one, and then the fifth one, that's the one I say is like that was the most lackluster out the original. That one they actually showed them after they already took over the humans and but that one was kind of lackluster. You could watch it just to keep up with the story, but it was. If I'm grading them all, that one was the most lackluster out of all of them.
I'm tired of all these movies ending with Becky being the superhero of Psycho.
Yeah,
From Marvel to Planet of the Apes, Avatar, Becky always winds up the damn hero for some reason.
yeah, yeah. It's just crazy work. Man. They bend over backwards. Comic book movies they done fucked up so much shit. The comic books movies, I don't know what the fuck they doing. Just horrible writing, and it's like I don't know how they fuck up these comic book movies so bad when they already have source material to work off of. It's not even like they gotta create new stories and bust their brain cells and everything else. They already got the source material right there. It's already been written. Just put it in a movie format. What, why can't they just stick to what made the initial comic great and just stick to that and just put it in movie format? That's it. That's all. That's all it needs to carry the movie. They think they got to add all this extra Hollywood shit up in here to make the movie palatable for the masses. No, you don't have to do that. The masses will fuck with it the way it is. Like adding all this extra shit and twisting this and taking away from that and everything else because you trying to appease certain people and all that. They ruining they ruining everything. They ruining the whole story. About the spectacles, like the writing takes the backseat. Yeah, I know. I agree. I agree, and that's the problem. No, 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 no regular Joe. No, no. Uh, the first one was in '60s. The first one was in the '60s. I think the first one came out in like '67. Second one came out in like '69, some shit like. The first two came out in like the '60s, and then the next three came out in the '70s. By 1980, they done had five of those motherfuckers in like 13 years. They dropped five Planet of the Apes movies. So yeah, all the ones I just mentioned all came before 1980. All the ones I mentioned, all of them came before 1980. They was dropping them like back to back. Like 1 year, it'll be one. They'll drop one. They'll drop another one the following year. Yeah, that shit. All that shit was back to back. Like
Y'all gonna cover Inagi? I got 30 minutes to go, but y'all gonna cover that one? The father of them all?
The father of all what Planet of the Apes?
King Kong, Planet of the Apes, all of it. I put a link in the back chat if you're not familiar. I got a couple of things to do, but it's something y'all can browse at real quick.
Oh, okay. I my Joe Young. No, he wasn't the first. King Kong. Well, King Kong was the first movie, I believe. Unless you're about to tell me something different.
No, it's Inagi.
Oh, okay. Yeah, regular Joe. Let me show you. I got you. I'm gonna look at that 1 second. Yeah, so let me just show regular Joe. There you go. See, 68. I thought it was 67. Yeah. First Planet of the Apes came out in 68. Beneath the Planet of the Apes, 1970. Escape from Planet of the Apes, 1971. Conquest of the Planet of the Apes, 1972. And Battle of the Planet of the Apes, 1973. Look, they look 1, 2, 3, 4 straight years. If you get 68, they dropped 5 movies in what? What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In 5 years. No, gotta skip one. 6 years they dropped 5 movies. They dropped 5 movies in 6 years. Now, that shit's crazy. I told you they was dropping them shits back to back, like back to back to back to back. They wasn't playing, and then they stopped because this one flopped so bad. This one did so bad they stopped. They did come out with a TV show later though, like the late 70s. I want to say they had a TV show for a while. Let me see. Did I see this? Oh no, I never saw this. This is 1930 pre-code pseudo doc. Oh, it's a documentary. It's a documentary. It's the expedition to the Congo and depicts a tribe of gorilla worshiping women encountered by the explorer. The film claims to show a ritual in which African women are given over to gorillas as sex slaves, but in actuality was mostly filmed in Los Angeles using American actors in place of natives. It was produced to distributed by Nate Spilzer Congo Pictures, which had been formed expressly for this production, although marketed under the pretense of being ethnographic. The premise was fabrication, leading to the Motion Picture Producers and Distributors Association to retract any involvement. Oh, so this movie got banned or something? Did they ban this movie? The film trades heavily on its nudity and on suggestion of bestiality between a woman and a gorilla. RKO owns several of these theaters where Ungago or Gagi was shown, including one of the first offering theater in San Francisco, where it opened April 5th, 1930. That's wild. They got the whole movie here. You can watch the whole movie right here too. That's wild. They really tried to make it seem like black women were sleeping with fucking gorillas.
We still the monkeys at the time, Psycho.
Huh?
We still the monkeys at the time.
Yeah, that's wild. That's wild. I was just reading some of this shit. That's crazy. Michael Jackson. Yeah, he did kind of look like her. I can't even lie to you, Buddha. Trustodian did a show about that film. I'm sure he did. This looked like something Truth would totally do a stream about. This is wild. They actually got the whole movie on this page too. That's crazy. They got the whole movie right. He was shutting out. He said King Kong was shutting out. Oh, that was funny. That was funny. Well played. Well played. Oh man, damn! It's 4 o'clock, man. Let me get ready to get up out of here, man. Y'all got me talking about old films and everything else. Um, I'll be back tomorrow, y'all. Y'all already know. I know Wall Street sleep now. I done talked about King Kong, all that stuff. He was quiet as shit. Yeah, motherfucker sleep. Yeah, so you got something to say before I get out of here?
No, thanks for letting me up. Peace, everybody.
All right, you already know. All right. Shout out to Yasser, shout out to Wall Street. And you just now asking me who won. I ain't messing with you, regular Joe. Go back and watch it. I'm about to get up out of here now. I ain't gonna tell you. Let it be a surprise. It's gonna be a surprise. God damn it. Go back and watch it. But I want to shout out everybody out in the live chat. I appreciate all y'all for coming through. You already know I'll be back tomorrow night, midweek madness. I'm about to get me some sleep. All right, so I'll let y'all later. Oh, next debate Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Should black people have fought for the British during the Revolutionary War? All right, so there you go, family. That's the debate topic for the next semifinal round. That'll be Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thanks for coming out. I'll holler at y'all later. Peace. I'm out. Black Power.